gal in Tulsa, and I thought she was my own. But she up and left me for a waddy from San Antone. She didn't even tell me that she was leaving me. Now I'm the lonesomest cowboy down in the cow country. Got the cowboy blues, I'm blue as I can be. That old oboe howling at the moon ain't got a thing on me. Got a long gone lonesome feeling that I just can't seem to lose. I'm just a lonesome cowboy singing the cowboy blues. Singing the cowboy blues. Got the cowboy blues, I'm blue as I can be. That old oboe howling at the moon ain't got a thing on me. Got a long gone lonesome feeling that I just can't seem to lose. I'm just a lonesome cowboy singing the cowboy blues. I'm gonna ride over and have a look, Doc.
Right through the heart, Gene. Know who the old guy is?
No, I don't.
Maybe these papers will tell us something.
Well, sure, I remember him now. It's old Charlie. He's been prospecting around here for years. Let's bury him, fellas. Well, there he goes.
Did you get a look at him?
No, but it shouldn't be too hard to find out who owns this horse. Let's go. Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. Home, deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day.
Hey, fellas. Look at that.
Looks like gold.
It is gold. Look at it.
Jumping catfish, Gene. If this is the real thing.
It's the real thing, all right. That's high-grade ore.
Yippee!
Say, we better register a claim and quick.
We'll all be rich.
Hold on now, fellas. Did you ever stop to think that maybe that's why old Charlie was killed?
You mean you're not going to register a claim?
I didn't say that. We'll register it to protect the rightful owner. Pat, we'll ride into town. You fellas stake out the claim. We'll meet you there later. We got to find the recorder's office. They probably close at noon on Saturday.
Hey, we only got 3 minutes to make it.
Well, I got the car out of sight.
Good. You better file on old Charlie's claim before someone beats you to it.
How am I supposed to know Charlie's dead?
Yeah, that's right.
After those medicine show guys report to the sheriff, I'll... What's the idea?
Sorry.
Just a minute.
Look, fella, I'm in a hurry. Would you mind stepping aside?
Yeah, I mind.
Then I guess I'll have to move you.
Come on, get him with the frightening. Hurry up. Hurry up, last hand. That's it.
That's enough, cowboy. You win.
Hey! We want to register a claim.
Sorry. The office is closed. You'll have to come back Monday.
He's a punctual cuss, ain't he? Bet he rares up if his wife ain't got his victuals ready on time. What now?
We'll put on the show when the wagon gets here. We'll have to keep mum about that killing.
You mean you ain't even gonna tell the sheriff? He's gonna want to know where we buried that old feller.
If we tell him, we'll be telling where the gold claim is. We just have to keep quiet until we get the claim registered.
Granddad, Granddad, oh, what a man was Pappy. He worked hard all day and slept all night. Monotonous, huh? Long, long ago. Great-granddad, when the West was young, he barred his door with a wagon tongue. Times were rough and the redskins mocked. He said his prayers with his shotgun cocked. Great-granddad, great-granddad, he said his prayers with his shotgun cocked. Great-granddad. Great-granddad was a busy man. He cooked his grub in a frying pan. He picked his teeth with his hunting knife. He wore the same suit all his life. Great-granddad, great-granddad, he wore the same suit all his life. Great-granddad. Granddad, Granddad, back in the good old days, he raised 21 boys, but great-grandson has a terrible time with one.
Time staggers on, things have changed, Redskins gone. Everything is different nowadays. Today my grandma bobbed her hair, went to the beach for a suntan. She no longer looks like an old lady, she looks like an old man. Great-granddad, great-granddad, with a heart of gold and teeth to match. Great-granddad.
A while ago, folks, I said you weren't going to be asked to buy a thing, and I never told a lie. We're here, folks, to advertise and introduce the wonder product of the age, Miracle Indian Hair Tonic, made of roots and herbs and used by the red men for over 20 generations. Now, you never saw a bald-headed Indian.
You know, I think you look better this way.
Why not? Because to an Indian, a
Keep your
scalp
mouth
was
shut.
important. And now I want you folks to meet a direct descendant of old Chief Wahoo, discoverer of Miracle Indian Hair Tonic. Introducing in person, Chief Howling Wolf. How? You see, folks, it even grows a beard on an Indian. And now, folks, the Chief is going to give you an opportunity to invest in a bottle of this Miracle Tonic. The price is stamped right on the bottle.
Is this your father's horse?
That's him, all right.
Worth it. But he's not going to charge you 5, nor 3, nor 2. We're here to advertise and introduce...
Just a minute.
What's the matter, Sheriff?
Where'd you get that black horse back there?
I found him.
You mean you stole him?
Now, wait a minute.
That's my father's horse.
I can prove...
Keep your hands away from your pocket.
We found your horse, Dad. This man had him.
Well, these things belong to old Charlie. What are you doing with them?
The old man was shot. We took those papers out of his pockets when we buried him.
Charlie?
Who shot him?
The man who shot him rode off on that horse. I tried to catch him, but he...
Oh, I see. An old prospector was murdered. You didn't see who did it, but you tried to catch him. He rode away on a horse, but you have the horse. But you robbed a dead man's body and buried him. But it never occurred to you to report it to the law.
I meant to.
Well, where did you bury him?
I can't tell you that right now.
Well, you'll probably need a little time to think it over. You're under arrest. Come on with me.
Pat.
Yeah?
In case I'm not around, be sure and take care of that business we talked about the first thing Monday morning.
Sure, Gene. Oh, excuse me, ma'am.
Good morning, Miss Taylor.
Good morning, Mr. Smith. I'd like to register a claim. Here's the location.
My books are still in the safe, Miss Taylor. Can you come back in an hour or so?
Well, not very well. I have some other things to do.
Well, I'm afraid I can't take it now.
Well, why not?
Look, Miss Taylor, I told you I couldn't take your registration now. You'll have to come back.
Just a minute, mister. Didn't you hear the lady say that she didn't have time to come back?
This isn't your affair, cowboy.
Then I reckon is how I can make it my affair. This lady come in here on legitimate business and ask you real civil-like to register her claim.
And I'm telling her to come back.
This office is supposed to be open for business at 9 o'clock. It is now past 9 o'clock. And if you ain't aiming to take care of your work, I reckon we can take it up with your boss at the county seat.
Thank you.
It's all right, ma'am. It always makes me real mad to see a man disrespectful to a lady. That's what I always say. I've always said that.
That'll be $1, Miss Taylor.
Thank you.
Now, I reckon you can register this one for me.
Say, what is this?
It's a mining claim. Can't you read?
Well, you're a little late. This is the same claim that girl just registered.
This... Gene. Hey, Gene.
Hi, Pat. Did you...
That girl, the one that said you stole the horse, she beat me to it. She registered our claim.
What?
Yeah, I was coming.
No one could have known about that gold being there. Only us and whoever killed that old prospector.
Well, how could a pretty girl like that go around killing people?
She didn't, Pat. But it could have been her father. If I could only get out of here.
Don't worry. We'll get you out. You just hang on till I find the boys. We'll think of something.
Well, there it is. I told you to register that claim before someone beat you to it.
I don't get it. How could she have known where it was?
You sure you weren't followed up there? She or her father couldn't have seen you? Seen what happened to old Charlie?
Help, murder police! Help, murder police! Help, murder police!
What's going on here?
Oh, sure, there's a robber loose. A dangerous killer, the most dangerous killer since the James boys. And he's loose right here in this town.
Well, who is he?
It's me?
You?
Yes, I've been on a rampage of crime. Been robbing and killing for years. You gotta put me away, Sheriff. You gotta lock me up before I do something serious.
Quit it.
Just what crime did you commit?
I just held up a circus and stole an elephant.
Stole an elephant?
Oh, so you don't believe it? All right, search me.
Oh, wait a minute.
You've gotta put me away, Sheriff. I'm dangerous. I can't face life. I can't go on, not after what I've done to those poor men, doing away with 3 men and robbing them of $2.
You did away with 3 men for $2?
Well, $2 here, $2 there, soon mounts up.
Say, just when did you commit all these crimes?
When? Why, all the time. Don't you read the papers? Ain't you ever heard of Billy the Kid?
Oh, you're crazy. Billy the Kid's been dead for 80 years.
80 years, I have? Time sure flies, don't it?
Say, listen, we've got a nice little doctor down the road here, and he'll take care of you, and we'll go down and see him.
Wait, so you think I'm crazy, huh? You don't believe I'm Billy the Kid?
No, we don't.
Fingerprints don't lie, do they?
No.
Look at that thumb. Would I be going around with somebody else's fingerprints?
He's right, Sheriff. Why would he be running around?
Oh, listen, will you get out of here?
I will not. I demand that you look at the bodies of my victims.
All right. Where are they?
Right over here. There's the 3 men, Sheriff. I wouldn't have shot him, but the one in the middle pulled a knife on me. You'd better watch out for him. I don't think he's quite dead.
Oh, wait a minute. There's no use shooting him. He's dead. He's... Hey, you got me doing it now. Oh. Get a posse! Come on, men, get your horses!
Thank you, fellers.
Henry, get my horse. We're forming a posse.
Hey, Sheriff, what happened?
Hey, that killer got away. We're forming a posse. We want you to go with us.
Come on, man, we're forming a posse. Hurry up! Come on, follow me!
To the ground. Taylor.
This won't do you any good, Autry. This claim's already been registered.
I know that. And only the man that killed that old prospector knew its location.
Well, Charlie and I have been partners in this mine for years. Naturally, I'd know its location.
Mine? There's nothing around here looks like a mine.
The shaft's behind those rocks.
We'll have a look.
There it is. We never registered this claim because Charlie wanted to keep his location a secret. He didn't like neighbors.
Go on.
When my daughter and I heard that Charlie had been killed, we were forced to record it to protect our own interest.
What you say is true. You'll have no trouble proving it to the sheriff.
You have things a little twisted, Mr. Autry. I think you're the man the sheriff is looking for. Take his guns, Dad.
Very neat, Miss Taylor.
Thank you. Now, if you'll make yourself comfortable, I'll see if I can attract some attention.
Taylor, I'll take him. In the posse. I'll take your guns, too. Toss them on the ground.
Our guns? What do you mean?
You heard me. Drop them. Now, get that dynamite in there, inside the shaft.
I don't know what you're trying to do, fella, but...
Shut up. Put it down there. Now, you two get in there.
Oh, no, you don't.
I'm not ready for you yet. Now, get in there.
Don't move, Autry.
Gotta get
Hold it, Joe.
Open the door!
Get that door open. What's going on in here?
There goes the man you want, Sheriff.
Not half as bad as I want him.
As I was about to say, folks, in order to advertise and introduce, the price today is $1 a bottle. Now, while Chief Howling Wolf passes amongst you, we'll have a song from your friend and mine, Gene Autry.
Mexicali Rose, stop crying. I'll come back to you some sunny day. Every night you know that I'll be pining. Every hour a year while I'm away. Dry those big brown eyes and smile, dear. Banish all those tears and please don't sigh. Kiss me once again and hold me. Mexicali Rose, goodbye.
Hello, folks. Say, I've got a swell story I want to tell you today. Champ and I are ready for action.
I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jimson weed. I'm back in the saddle again, riding the range once more, toting my old 44, where you sleep out every night and the only law is right. Back in the saddle again. Whoopee-tie-I-oh, rocking to and fro. Back in the saddle again. Whoopee-tie-I, I go my way. Back in the saddle again. Whoopee-tie-I-oh, rocking to and fro. Back in the saddle again. Whoopee-tie-I, I go my way. Back in the saddle again.
Hey, Gene, some hombre just held up the Red Rock Bank and got away with $20,000. Made a clean getaway.
What's the sheriff doing about it?
He ain't doing nothing. He's dead. We figured as how you're his reserve deputy.
Come on, Frankie, George. The rest of you stay here. We'll be back as soon as we can.
How'd it go?
I had a little trouble with the sheriff, but he lost the argument.
But you got the money.
You'll get your cut if that's what you're driving at.
That's just exactly what I'm driving at. We better split up. I'll meet you later at the shack.
Hey, look! It's against the law shooting at people that way. You'd better give yourself up. My gun's empty. You're not playing fair. The ornery varmint. I wish I had one of them iron pineapples.
He's not hurt bad. Stay here with him. I'm going to try to circle around back of that cabin.
Yeah.
Drop it.
You got the drop on me now. I'll get you. Get you for killing my old man if it takes me a year.
Now, take it easy, Sonny. He's not dead.
Stick him up. Hey, was it him doing all that shooting?
I guess so, part of it. Here, give me a hand. We've got to get him into town.
Get your hands up. You ain't taking anybody no place.
Why, you ornery little cuss, I ought to take you across my knee.
I said get him up and I mean it.
Now, look, son.
I ain't your son. There's my old man, the one you shot. Now get out of here before I let daylight through you.
If we don't take your dad into town to a doctor, he might die.
No, he won't. I'll take care of him.
Give me that rifle.
Don't move.
Come, come. Now, you don't want to hurt nobody.
Well, that was fast work, Autry. You got all the money back, huh?
I think so. This is all he had on him.
Good. I'll take it back to the bank.
I can't turn it over to you without a court order, Mr. Curry.
Why? It belongs to me. It's the bank's money.
It'll have to be used as evidence at the trial. It'll be just as safe here as it will in your vault.
Safer, maybe.
That's very funny. Naturally, I'll hold you responsible.
Naturally.
What about that boy, Mr. Autry? Surely you don't intend to keep a child like that in jail.
No. And I hate to think about him going to a reform school. It could make a real criminal out of him.
He'll probably make criminals out of the rest of the kids up there. He'll have them playing cowboy and Indians with real bullets.
That's right. The boy's just about as bad as they come, Gene. You can't just turn him loose.
I was thinking about taking him out to the ranch and looking after him for a while.
What?
Why, I think that would be wonderful, Mr. Autry.
If somebody don't look out after the boy, he'll turn out like his dad.
Well, I'd say he's got a pretty good start.
What can you expect with the environment he's been living in? He's probably been taught to hate the law and everything it stands for.
And you think you can re-educate him?
I can try. Bring him in, Joe.
I'm telling you, Gene, you're taking on a pack of trouble. That little cuss is so mean he'd poison a rattlesnake if it bit him.
Maybe not.
All right. But if we all wake up some morning with our throat cut from ear to ear, I'll know who done it.
Come in, Jimmy. I want to talk to you. This is Miss Neal.
Hello, Jimmy.
So what?
Miss Neal's the school teacher.
I ain't interested in school.
What are you interested in?
Nothing.
Look, Jimmy, I've got a ranch up in the hills. Stream running through it, and the fishing's pretty good this time of year. Got a lot of horses and some dogs. You like dogs?
Does it make any difference what I like? You're the law, ain't you?
Well, I'm the sheriff temporarily, but I wasn't thinking of that. I just thought that...
Well, think again.
Mind your manners, you undersized Jesse James. Gene here is just trying to help you.
Oh, no, he ain't. Why do you want to help me? What's the angle?
There's no angle, Jimmy. I just thought maybe we could be friends. Matter of business, too. You're pretty husky, and I thought you might develop into a good cowboy.
You'd let me ride a horse?
Why, sure.
I'll try it, but I ain't making no promises of staying. If I feel like leaving, I'll leave.
All right, Jimmy.
Hello, Jimmy.
Oh, hello.
Wait a minute. How's your father?
Oh, he's better now. He's all right, I guess.
Good. Do you suppose you could get a message to him?
I think so. Why?
You tell him not to do any talking. I've got a plan that'll get him out of jail.
You have?
But you'll have to help. You've got to pretend to be friendly with Autry. Play it smart. Understand?
Yeah, I understand. What else you want me to do?
Come over to my place later this afternoon. I want to talk to you.
Okay.
Where's the neckerchief?
Here it is.
Hey, Gene, Miss Neal.
Hello, Jimmy.
Hello, Jim.
What you got there?
Well, I figured you ought to have some new duds. Let's try this for size.
Oh, boy.
Like it?
Yeah, swell. Gene, I think these are a little short.
They're size 10s. You must be big for your age.
I'm 11. Almost.
No fooling. When are you going to be 11?
Big.
Say, that's tomorrow.
I think we better exchange these things.
Better take Jimmy with you to be sure.
Okay. Come on, Jimmy.
Well, what you got there?
New saddle.
It's kind of small, ain't it?
No, I think it's about right size. Get little Champ out of his stall. I want to try it on him.
Hey. No, Gene, you ain't gonna let that young Jesse James ride Little Champ.
Kid has to have a horse of his own, doesn't he? Tomorrow's Jimmy's birthday.
Yeah, but not Little Champ, Gene. Why, you turned down $5,000 for him. That little cuss won't appreciate him. First thing you know, he'd be teaching him to pick pockets.
Maybe not. Now go ahead and get him.
Oh, goodness.
Hurry it up.
This is something that shouldn't happen to a dog, much less a horse. You poor thing. You poor little thing.
It's perfect. Okay, Pat, put the saddle someplace where the kid won't see it. Have little Champ curried down all slick and pretty. Hey, you haven't been listening.
Oh, I was just wondering if between now and tomorrow we could teach this here animal to rear and buck and kick like them horses do in the rodeo.
Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
It's just an idea.
Here. Hey, you've got that happy spelt wrong.
Well, I can't spell nothing I don't feel. Besides, he probably can't read anyway.
Well, hurry it up. Where's Jimmy?
Oh, he's down at the bunkhouse putting on them new clothes you bought him.
Haven't you finished that yet?
Not quite. Have you got an eraser?
Then I'll finish it. The guests will be here any minute. Go down and put that new saddle on little Champ and lead him around to the front door.
Okay.
And keep Jimmy away till everybody gets here. Give me that.
Now, wait a minute. Now, you got to know how...
I think I get the idea. Now, go on.
Gene, little Champ's gone, and so is that kid.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. He left all them new clothes you got him and made off with little Champ. You want me to call the sheriff?
I'm the sheriff.
Oh, that's right. Well, what are you going to do about it?
Nothing right now.
Nothing? Do you mean that...
I got a feeling he'll come back.
Well, I have a feeling, too, but it ain't got nothing to do with...
Probably some of the guests.
Hi, Jimmy. What are you doing in town?
I came in with Gene. He had to stop up the street and told me to come down. Thought you might want to go out for a cup of coffee.
I guess maybe I will. I'll be next door if anyone wants me.
Okay.
Howdy, son. Did you see Reynolds?
Yeah, he sent this. He's got it all set up for you. You wait till tonight when the town's quiet around here. Then there'll be a horse outside for you at 10 o'clock.
That's good work, kid. Your old man's sure proud of you.
I'm getting out of town right now. I'll meet you at the other end of the canyon.
Okay, son. Good luck.
Okay.
Hello, Jimmy.
Oh, hello.
I'm just on my way to your party. Well, I see you've already received your birthday present. He's a wonderful horse, Jimmy. I wonder if you realize how much he means to Mr. Autry.
What?
You know, Jimmy, there's some things you can't buy with money. You must earn them with love, friendship, and loyalty. The little champ is one of those things. Why, I guess he's nearer to Mr. Autry's heart than anything he owns. With the exception of Big Champ, of course. When he told me he was giving him to you for your very own, well, I knew he must think a great deal of you. Well, I'll see you at the party, Jimmy.
Bye, Mrs. Taylor. Awful nice of you to come.
Goodbye, Mr. Autry. Goodbye, Martha. An awfully nice party.
Yeah, for an awful nice kid. He steals a horse you was going to give him for a birthday present.
What are you going to do, Gene?
Nothing. He'll be back.
I wish I could share your confidence in Jimmy, but
Gene, you're just an easy mark. You've been kidding yourself about that little stinker from the beginning. You've been figuring you could straighten him out because that's what you wanted. But believing something don't make it so.
I disagree with you there, Pat. It makes it so to the one who believes it. Hello, son.
Hello, Gene.
Better get washed up and come in the house, hadn't you? There's some cake and ice cream in there.
I gotta tell you something, Gene.
Oh, it can wait.
I took little Champ.
Well, why shouldn't you? He's yours.
No, he ain't, Gene. You can't give away a horse the way you like him. Besides, I haven't done anything to earn him.
Oh, he's just another horse, Jimmy. We've got plenty of horses.
You've got to earn things you get with friendship and loyalty.
That's right.
And everybody's got to be loyal, especially to their own folks. Like their own man, no matter what he done.
Loyalty is a wonderful thing, Jimmy. And it works two ways. When you give it, you're entitled to get it in return. Now, take, for instance, a kid that's loyal to his dad. His dad has to be the same way with his kid. And being loyal to his kid means teaching him to be on the square and on the level, to make him understand the rights of other people, and to respect the laws that protect all of us. See what I mean?
Yeah, partly.
Now, take Little Champ, for instance. He's your horse. If somebody wanted him and just come along and took him, that wouldn't be so good, would it?
I'd have anybody put in jail that'd take Little Champ.
But you couldn't have him put in jail if there were no laws, Jimmy, don't you see?
Sure.
The man who breaks the law is going against the very things that were made to protect you and me and all of us.
And a guy like you, like a sheriff, is really protecting the people. All the right people, I mean. Isn't that the way it is?
Something like that, I guess. That's his job. Well, you better get cleaned up. Come in the house before that ice cream all melts.
Hello, Jimmy. Did you come see your dad?
Yeah.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
I thought you'd left town.
I changed my mind. I gotta get the gun back. I gotta give it back to Mr. Reynolds.
What are you talking about? Are you crazy?
You gotta give it to me.
Hey, what's going on in here?
Why, not a thing. Yet.
Get him up. Now, where's the key?
It's in my pocket.
All right. Open this door. Come on. Drop that gun, Autry, or I'll let the kid have it.
Don't do it, Gene.
I mean it.
You mean you'd kill your own son?
I'll kill anybody that gets in my way. Put the gun on the desk. Open that safe. Hand me those envelopes. Now get on that cell. All right, son, come on. You heard me. I said, come on. All right, stay there.
Quick, Jimmy. There's a key in that right-hand drawer. That's it. There's nothing we can do for him.
I figured you might decide not to wait until tonight.
That's right.
So just in case we don't see each other again, I'll take my cut of that bank money.
Okay, Reynolds. Here's your cut. You mean you would shoot your old man?
I don't want to, Pa, but I'll do it.
For that no-good lawman, you would shoot your own father? Me, what's raised you and taught you all you know?
You haven't taught me what I know now, Pa. Now drop the gun or I gotta shoot, and I don't want to. Hey, Gene! I told him to pick my pocket!
You see? What did I tell you?
Company presents Gene Autry, America's favorite cowboy, and his horse, Champion, the world's wonder horse.
Hello, folks. Well, it looks like we have a tough day ahead of us. But Champ and I are ready for action. And when the going gets tough, I like to sink my teeth into a stick of smooth double mint gum. Chewing away for a while helps ease me down a bit. And that clean, cool double mint flavor gives me a nice little lift, too. And it freshens my mouth and taste in a way that I like. So I'm passing the suggestion on to you, hoping that you'll remember delicious, refreshing double mint gum when you want a grand taste and a grand chewing treat. Matter of fact, while you're enjoying our show for today, why don't you join me in a stick of double mint? Thanks, folks. Roundup time in Texas, and the bloom is on the sage. How I long to be in Texas, back a-riding on the range. Just to smell the bacon frying when it's sizzling in the pan. Hear the breakfast horn in the early morn, drinking coffee from a can. Just a-riding, rocking, roping, pounding leather all day long. Just a sweating, swaying, swearing, listening to a cowhand song. How it beckons, and I reckon I would work for any wage. Just to be again, to be free again, when the bloom is on the sage. To most folks there's a spot that lives forever, deep down within their fondest memories. Though I have been a rover, I have never found any place where I would rather be. When it's roundup time in Texas and the bloom is on the sage, how I long to be in Texas, back a-riding on the range. Just to smell the bacon frying when it's sizzling in the pan. Hear the breakfast horn in the early morn, drinking coffee from a can. Just a-riding, rocking, roping, pounding leather all day long. Just a sweating, swaying, swearing, listening to a cowhand song. How it beckons, and I reckon I would work for any wage. Just to be again, to be free again, when the bloom is on the sage. The Looks like old Clem Hughes is going to sell some of the produce off his farm.
Well, I don't know. I don't know who to if he wants genuine money in these hard times.
He'll probably wind up just like the rest of us. He'll swap it to the general store for some sugar and flour and coffee and the like.
Hey, how's that buggy going to get around Clem?
I suspect the same way Clem will get around the buggy. Since he's chairman of the board of supervisors, that'll be a good problem for him to figure out.
Oh, what fetched you up this road, stranger, this time in the morning?
A fella back yonder told me this was the way to reach the Harlow place.
Don't look like you and me the ones going to reach any place until somebody makes this road wider. And that's liable to be a long time. We might be able to squeeze past back around that turn.
That means I'm going to have to back up.
It sure does, unless you want to pitch camp right here in the middle of the road.
Well, I'm not very good at this driving. I'm afraid I can't.
Now, then we'd better change places. I'll get in your rig and do the backing up. Don't have to worry about my span. They know enough to stay on the road. All you have to do is keep your foot on the brake.
Well, I think I can do that all right.
Looks to me like Clem's going to make himself a long-distance record for backing up.
Yeah, the road's a little wider a ways up. Be a tight squeeze, but maybe they can make it.
You better climb down. Stand here at the head of your horses while I see if I can't get my rig shoved into place.
I'm sorry, mister, but driving a no kind is my strong suit.
I begin to suspect as much. Oh, by the way, if you want to see Harlow in person, you can save yourself a lot of misery by coming into town with me. I'm expecting him at a meeting most as soon as I get there.
No, thanks. I planned this for a surprise. It'd be more of a kick if he found me there waiting for him when he gets back.
Well, if that's the way you want it, but these roads get no better fast, and after a time, they just kind of peter out.
Oh, I think I'll be able to make it all right.
It looks like Clem and the fella with him finally got things settled to their liking.
I think you can get through here now. Easy! Whoa!
Oh, Gene, hey, looky here. Don't leave me in a mess like this.
Looking for a buckboard, Clem?
Thanks, Gene. Oh, this is lucky all around. Saves the trouble looking you up.
Why would anybody want to look me up?
Need you to fill out a quorum. County Board of Supervisors are holding a special meeting. That's what fetched me in from the ranch.
Must be mighty important.
When a man's crazy enough to give his money away, county's got to accept official before he changes his mind.
There's nobody around here that crazy.
Oh, yes, there is, Gene. I began suspecting it when he started collecting all the brush and rocks he could north of the buttes and calling them a ranch.
Harlow?
Yep, Harlow. Well, if we're going to get to that meeting, we got to get a move on.
What about your pig?
Oh, he's maybe halfway home by this time.
Hey, Gene, Clem, help! I got Clem's hog! Help, I got Clem's hog!
There's your pig, Clem.
Help!
The reason this county is so gosh awful poor, gentlemen, is because it has such gosh awful roads linking it up with the rest of the world.
And the reason we have such bad roads is because we're so poor. We tried to raise money last year for road appropriations, and the most the tax collector could collect was $17,000.
whereas it would take $20,000 to get the state to include this county in its road building program. I got in touch with some of the boys up at the state capitol. The deal is still on. Here's a letter from the governor. And here's $3,000. I'll charge it up to the sheep. What's the matter? Don't you believe me?
Well, I don't know.
All right, let's count it.
Mr. Harlow, aren't they trying to rush us a bit? This letter says we must have $20,000 in the state bank by today. The closest state bank's in Quincy.
The survey for the state road was practically all set. Well, you can see where it left us, right out in the cold. They're willing to make a change, but only if they know we've met our end of the bargain.
But why give us only one day?
Why not? The next stage will get us to Quincy in plenty of time.
Every time that stage has had more than $50 on it, it's been robbed. 6 times within 6 months. A lot of things about this county you've got to learn, Mr. Harlow.
Well, looks like we'll have to dismiss the stage idea. Unless maybe we use it as a decoy. Yes, that's the notion. We'll lead them to believe we're sending out something ripe and special by stage. Then the sheriff can slip out unnoticed with the stuff.
It's all right as far as it goes. But $17,000 of that money's in gold and silver. Pretty heavy load. How do you expect the sheriff to carry it?
There ought to be any number of rigs. My own buckboard, for instance. Why don't you come along with me, Sheriff? We'll make it look like you're going up to do a little grouse shooting on my greasewood acreage. You won't, of course. On the other side of the buttes, we'll cut off on the old ranch road for Quincy.
It sounds reasonable enough. What do you think about it, Gene?
Sounds all right to me. I'll have a couple of the boys trail along with us, just in case there's any trouble.
Well, you boys have $17,000 at stake, as against my 3. The decision is up to you. But I'm afraid armed guards are liable to attract attention to whatever they're guarding. Don't you suppose, Autry, you and I can make our ideas work together? Only it's the stage you ride guard for. Keep attention riveted in that direction.
I'm going to ride up the top of the butte, see if I can get a glimpse of Harlow's buckboard. It ought to be about the old ranch road by now. Guess you won't need me and Pat to get you into Quincy. Sounds like all the robbers are on the other side of the butte.
Get your hands up in the air.
No use keeping the game up, then. He's out cold. He must have struck his temple on the corner of the seat when I turned the rig over.
You expect he'll pull through?
Yeah.
This is something we didn't figure on.
Here. All you have to do is take it along, hide it out at the old rocket buzzard fast. Then hit for the cabin.
What about you?
By the time the sheriff comes to, I'll have figured out the sweetest little story you ever heard. They'll start hunting when this stuff doesn't show up at Quincy. I'll be found all right. You better get out before the sheriff gets his senses back.
Look, Pat, in the direction of Buzzard Pass. See?
Yeah, he must be on the road to the Old Dill mine. It won't take him far.
I'm going to find out just how far. Try to locate Harlow's buckboard and find out why all the shooting. Henry Harlow, General Delivery, Denver, Colorado.
Did you just happen to wander here after you lost your rider? Somebody bring you here.
What is this? What do you aim to do? You ain't got nothing against me. I never seen you before.
You must have seen a piece of me. You tried to blow my head off a while ago.
I never? What proof you got of that? I tell you, I never seen you before.
Well, I saw you. And you were traveling mighty heavy. A couple of weighted down saddlebags. Right after a buckboard was held up, maybe.
Not my bags, mister. Take a look for yourself. They're empty. Take a look at the place. Anywhere you want to. There's nothing here you can pin on me.
Nevertheless, I'm going to leave you here just like you are. While I go check in with a friend of mine. Maybe a friend of yours, too. Harlow's his name.
Look, Sheriff, this must be about the millionth time I've gone over this. You and me were driving along the old ranch road, somewhere east of Buzzard Pass.
Oh, I remember where we was. I remember about some highbinder opening up with intention to kill. Likewise, I remember clear about entering into a shooting match. But along about there someplace, things begin to get fuzzy, huh?
Do you remember anything after the rig started turning over?
Oh, I guess I remember about being scared for a part of a second, but that's all.
Look, Sheriff, I told the fellow who found us piled up beside the road all about it. I repeated it I don't know how many times in front of the dock here. I'm just wasting my time here. I'm going out to see if I can lend Autry a hand.
Wait a minute, that's the part I just don't understand. What is this all about Autry?
Why, he's out chasing a robber. Anyway, he thinks it's a robber. You tell him about it. You know it better than me.
Well, seems that, we was...
Oh, did you get him, Gene?
Well, Autry.
What about
nothing
the
to worry about, gentlemen. This is for you, Clem. Say, what's this, Sheriff?
A rig turned over. I guess it was a case of me knocking myself out.
If you're able, you better take charge of this. We're supposed to give it to you for safekeeping.
Oh, what is this, Gene? Looks like a receipt from the state bank.
That's exactly what it is, gentlemen. A receipt for $20,000. I couldn't beat banking hours and bring the bandit with his loot back here first, so I went direct to Quincy.
The robber, Autry, where is he?
He's cooling his heels in Quincy, gentlemen. Leastwise, that's a guarantee from the Marshal of Quincy for his safe custody.
What's his name?
John Doe, it says here.
Well, that's because he was so stingy with his information.
Didn't talk at all, huh?
Well, nothing to speak of as yet. But there's nothing for you to worry about, Harlow. Your $3,000 is safe. Well, gentlemen, I guess we've done all we can do here, so, Pat, we got to get out to the ranch. We've got a lot of cows to milk. So long.
So long.
Gene, you won't find no cows to milk that away.
I got an idea. Harlow's heading for a cabin out around Buzzard Pass. Come on, I haven't got time to explain to you.
Well, it's a long way around home, but all right.
I guess we'll beat Harlow here, all right. Looks just like I left it. You better hide your horse and keep an eye on the cabin. I'm going to ride back to the top of the peak and watch for Harlow.
But what about the feller you left hog-tied?
He'll keep.
Now, you stay here. I'm sneaking down to have a look for myself.
What do you want? Who sent you?
Nobody sent me. Took 6 months of smelling my way here. You don't know a fella called Harlow, do you?
Maybe. What do you want him for?
He left me holding a bag once. Ran out with all our loot while I spent 2 years in state's prison. Wasn't him that hogtied you, was it?
No.
I suspect him, the one who did, is in cahoots somehow. There's going to be $20,000 split.
$20,000 where?
In Buzzard Pass, where I left it.
Well, you're going to lead me to it, quick.
Might as well pull out the other one. Toss me your gun. And that, gentlemen, is what 3 men lost their lives for. That's all Harlow had on that buckboard.
Just plain washers.
But what about the real money, the $20,000?
It went to Quincy on the stagecoach. I knew from the start Harlow was trying to pull something sharp, but I couldn't say anything about it. The county needed that $3,000, and I didn't want to discourage his generosity.
So you pulled a switch?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it was a double switch. Well, folks, that finishes our story for today. But I've just thought of a swell story for next week. During the week, of course, I hope that you keep enjoying delicious double mint gum. Well, Champ and I'll be seeing you, won't we, Champ? Meantime, folks, treat yourself to delicious, refreshing double mint chewing gum often. If you like that smooth, pleasant chewing, and you like that cool, refreshing double mint flavor, same as I do. And now, so long, folks.
Be sure to see Gene Autry and Champion in a feature-length picture at your local theater.
Hello, folks. Say, I've got a swell story I want to tell you today. Champ and I are ready for action.
Ship ahoy! Hey, Bill! Bill! Get up! Hey, Bill! Hold it! Hey, Hey, you ain't Bill.
That's right. The name's Bowers, Jody Bowers.
Where's Bill?
Tim Carson said his old cook quit. I'm the new cook on the TC.
I always figured he was a no-account drifter, couldn't stick to a job. Well, he didn't hold that one more than 5 years.
You Russell Grubb in the Flying M?
Yeah, that's me, Pat Buttram. Say, that ain't the same team Bill used to drive.
It ain't?
No, I guess I plumb wore that old team out.
You bore them out?
Yeah. Me and Bill used to meet like this on our way for grub, and we'd make sort of a friendly bet on who could get to town first. I never saw the TC team I couldn't beat.
Is that so?
Yeah. Now, that's a nice span, but if Bill was here, I'd bet $5 he'd soon be eating my dust.
Well, I've got $5, but I've never drove this road.
Oh, you can't miss. It goes right across the Flying M to the public road. How about it?
Okay. You got yourself a bet.
All right, I'll start us off. 1, 2, 3.
Pull him up. Pull him up, mister. I said pull him up.
Hold it, Bowers. Gene Foreman on the Flying M. This is Jody Bowers, the TC's new cook.
Howdy.
Howdy. I never heard of a chuck wagon being held up. I didn't know what was going on.
I would say I'm glad to meet you if I didn't have to send you back where you came from.
Send me back?
What's happened, Gene?
Boss's orders. Starting today, no one from your ranch can use the right-of-way of the Flying M.
Tim Carson said this is the only way into town.
It's not the only way. You can get there by the way of Sundown Pass.
Sundown Pass? But that's 2 days by pack mules, and a wagon would never make it.
I'm sorry, but that's the way it's got to be. Better head your horses around.
What's going on here, Autry?
Meacham closed his road to you, Tim.
I was looking for something like this, but he ain't going to get away with it.
I'm afraid he has a right. It's his ranch and his road.
Well, he promised me the use of this road as long as I lived, and I ain't dead yet.
It's not my idea, Tim. I'm just carrying out orders. Carl's pretty hot about you selling your ranch. He means business.
Well, so do I.
I hate to do it, but I've got to turn your man back.
We'll see if anybody turns around.
Shouldn't do things like that, Tim. Somebody might get hurt. All right, turn him around.
Wait a minute, Jody. Come on. Would it interest you to know we haven't enough food at the ranch to last for 2 days?
I'm sorry, miss. Especially when they have a lady visitor at the TC.
I'm not a lady. I'm not a visitor. Mr. Carson's my uncle, and I intend to live there until he sells the ranch, which he has a perfect right to do.
Just the same as Mr. Meacham has a perfect right to close his road.
All right, Mr.
Autry. Gene Autry.
Well, if you think we're going hungry, you're wrong. I'm driving this wagon into town, and the only way you can stop me is by using that gun you're so quick with. Get up!
going to shoot her, Autry?
Looks like you win the first round, Carson. Or she does. Nothing in my order said anything about pulling a gun on a lady. Especially a pretty one.
And you tell Meacham he ain't going to stop me any more than you stopped her. Come on.
Something tells me there might be lead flying. Well, I better report to Meacham.
And I lost a chance to win an easy $5.
Hey, Carson. I want you to stay off the Flying M. When I bought my ranch, you gave me the right-of-way across yours, and I'm keeping it, Meacham. Sure, I gave it to you because you're a rancher. But I've given no right-of-way when you want to sell to a lot of mud-footed farmers. What do you care who I sell a TC to? I care plenty. I don't want to be neighbor to a lot of dirt-grubbing chicken raisers. I want the Blackwater Valley to stay like it is, range country, where a man can ride without hitting a fence every 10 yards. You run your ranch any way you want to. I want to sell, and if I can get a better price by cutting up my ranch for farms, that's just what I'm going to do. Not while I've got something to say.
Now, wait a minute. It'll be kind of tough selling your ranch to farmers, won't it, Carson?
Why?
I don't think they'll like it, having to climb a mountain to get to town.
They won't have to climb any mountain. They're going to go use that pass just like we always do. I got legal rights. Have you got it on paper? No, but I would have had I known I was dealing with a coyote who don't stand by his word. Who's a coyote?
Now, wait a minute here. Wait a minute. Carl, please.
Wait. Break it up.
There, you keep out of this.
Leave your uncle alone. He's doing all right.
Break it up. That's enough. I'm going to get him for this if it's the last thing I do.
What, Carl? Here, you've gone crazy. Well, he isn't even armed.
I'll kill him. I'll kill him for this.
Well, that's enough from both of you.
Just about what I expected from you, Meacham. Drawing a gun on an unarmed man.
Now get on your mount, Carson, and head back for your place. You can use the Flying M road, but don't waste any time. Now go ahead.
You're going too far, Gene. You're fired.
I'll just pretend I didn't hear that until you've cooled off, Carl. But I want you both to get this through your thick heads. This is not going to be settled with fists and guns.
I'm not so sure about that, Autry. I wouldn't be a bit surprised to get a bullet in the back one of these days. Come on, Lila.
All right, I'll quit now if you want me to.
Oh, I guess I lost my temper, Gene. Forget it. But I ain't going to see the Blackwater Valley turn into an old doggone chicken farm.
I'm on your side, Carl. I hate the idea as much as you do. But you two hotheads have got to settle this peaceably.
Hothead? Who's a hothead?
Who's a hothead, he said. Who's a hothead?
Yeah, who is? What are you doing up here?
The men aren't coming, Uncle Tim.
Why?
They all believe the way that Meacham does. They say they're not going to help you turn this range country into farmland.
Well, they're working for me, and if I want them to ride across the Flying M, that's what they're getting paid for.
They're quitting. They say they're cowboys, not farmers. And they don't want to get shot at by Meacham for doing something they don't believe in.
And I'll keep this right-of-way open by myself.
Not by yourself. If you're riding across the Flying M, I'm going with you.
You'll do nothing of the kind. Oh, you can't ride with me, Lila. That'd look like I'm using a woman to hide behind in a fight, honey.
Oh, but Uncle Tim...
Oh, the worst they can do is run me off the place. If they can.
Well...
I can take care of myself. Now, you go on back the range.
But I didn't do it, Gene. The slug that killed him came from up there somewhere.
Who fired it?
I don't know.
Be pretty hard to prove you didn't.
But I'm telling you, Gene, I didn't. Did you see anybody?
No. But let's face it. After what you said to Carson in town, there won't be many that'll believe you.
So you got him, huh, boss? Well, he was looking for trouble.
But I didn't get him.
You didn't? Who did? Did you, Gene?
Stop the questions. What do you want to do, Carl?
I've got nothing to hide. You better send for the sheriff.
Right into town, Hank. Pat, head for the TC and tell Lila Carson. And break it to her gently.
You sure emptied your gun at someone, Meacham. At the man who shot Carson. What did he look like? All I saw was the brim of his hat on his shoulder when he ducked behind the rocks up there.
I can't believe this. Who else would have any reason to kill my uncle?
No one that I know of. Did you get here right after the shooting, Autry?
A few minutes after.
Is there anything you can say that'll help Meacham's story?
Yes. I've known him 10 years, and he's no liar. I believe him.
Maybe so, but that's not evidence. Did you see anyone else around like he says?
No, I didn't. I didn't see the man that killed Tim Carson.
There's only one thing I can do, Meacham. Hold you on suspicion of murder. Everyone knows you threatened Carson, and you can't prove you didn't do the shooting. You better get mounted.
Wait a minute. It could have been in self-defense. And Carson was trespassing.
That's not for me to decide. That's for the judge and jury. You're running the ranch till I get out, Gene.
You will get out, Carl.
But, Gene, didn't you see just a little tiny bit of somebody?
No, I didn't, Pat.
Mr. Autry, I'm owner of the TC now, and I'm going to sell this ranch just the way my uncle wanted to. And I'll keep on using this right-of-way.
Yeah. There's big talk about getting the boss out, Autry. You know, if you told the sheriff you saw that other man, he wouldn't have been arrested.
I call him the way I see him, Hank, and I always will.
Now I'm beginning to wonder whose side you're on, the cattleman or that girl.
The girl's on her way back from town now. I'll be alone at the ranch. Give me time to get back there. Then come down to shooting. Make it look like a real raid. But don't aim to hit her when she gets there. When she gets scared enough to summon the ranch, you'll all get paid off.
Miss Carson. Been to town?
What business is it of yours?
Not only my business exactly, but every cattleman when you keep using this right away.
Stop!
They tell me walking's even better for the health than riding horseback.
Is this Gene Autry's idea?
Nope, thought it up all myself.
Hey, Gene, look.
Nothing. Just thought the walk would be good for her health.
Pick up Miss Carson's horse, Hank.
If you're so crazy about turning this valley into a chicken farm, pick him up yourself.
I said pick up Miss Carson's horse.
All I can say is thank you, but I can't understand why you helped me.
Maybe I like to settle things peacefully.
Isn't it beautiful?
That's the real West. Be ashamed to spoil it, wouldn't it?
Spoil it? Oh.
You cut that land up into irrigation ditches and small farms, and you get a cramped-up feeling, instead of the feeling of bigness that you get now.
You're right, Gene. I never thought of that before.
Got the starry sky for a roof above my head. That's my home. Got the rolling plains and the soft pine for my bed. That's my home. Got the sun on my doorstep every dawning. Moon on my pillow every night. Birds wake me early every morning. Start my day off right. Got the mountain range for an altar when I pray. That's my home, and the running stream to go fishing any day. That's my home. Got my boots and saddle and my horse for company. Got the open space far as any man can see. Long as I can ride the range wherever that may be. That's my home.
That was lovely, Gene, but my mind's still made up.
Sounds like that shooting's over around your place.
Who is he, Gene?
I don't know. I never saw him before.
And when I seen him coming, I got inside and grabbed this.
You were very brave, Jody, to do what you did. Now what do you think of trying to settle things peacefully?
I'll admit it doesn't look so good.
I appreciate what you've been trying to do, Gene, but I'm going to sell as fast as I can and get out of this beautiful western country.
I can't blame you. Well, I better report this to the sheriff.
So long, Jody. Maybe when this cools off, we can finish that race we started.
Yeah. Say, that gives me an idea. Autry, would you mind if I use that right away to go into town this afternoon? We're running short of grub again, you know.
Go ahead. One more trip won't do any harm.
Of course it won't. I'll be waiting for you, Jody. Same place.
I'll be there. Miss Carson, I might be able to save you a lot of trouble.
How?
Well, I have a connection with the Western Development Company, and they're always interested in buying good farmland.
But would they buy with the dispute over the right-of-way?
Oh, that can be fixed.
Well, yes, Jody, if they offer me a reasonable price.
What's the matter, Gene?
Something awful funny going on. That raider wasn't anybody from Blackwater, and why should Jody stick around and shoot it out? He's only been there a short while. That girl doesn't mean anything to him.
Yeah, but he sure was shooting at the gang, though.
Sure looked like it. And that running out of grub, why, they loaded up enough the other day to last a month.
Hey, yeah, that is funny.
I got a hunch, Pat. You beat it to the ranch and hitch up your team. Keep an eye on Jody, and stall that race as long as you can. I got to go into town.
It's still not evidence, Autry.
May not be evidence, but it's worth following up. You sure it'll be 21 years tomorrow, Carl?
21 years exactly since I gave Carson the right of way.
Then according to state law in that book, it'll become a public road if they cross the flying M one more time. And that's just what Jody's trying to do.
I don't see a thing I can act on.
I see something I can. I'm on my way, Carl.
You ready, Pat?
Yeah, only I got some sand in my boot.
Sand in your boot? What difference does that make?
I got very tender feet. It must be the other boot.
Quit stalling, Pat. Are you afraid to race me?
Afraid? Afraid nothing. I'm willing to even bet $10.
All right, anything.
Look what I did. The clumsy one, ain't I? Oh, here comes Gene. We'll have to wait for him.
What for? Let's get started.
We're calling the race off, Jody.
Oh, you are, huh?
Come on, Pat. We've got to catch Jody before he gets to the main road. Don't shoot. I want him alive.
You turned him just in time, Gene.
I hope Jody didn't break his neck. I got to get a confession out of him. That was a right handsome confession Jody made. How about a confession from you, Lila? Don't you like the West the way it is?
I love it.
If you keep running cattle on the TC, you've got the right of way, law or no law.
I'll go on ranching as long as you and Gene will help me. Whoopee!
Now, Patrick, take it easy.
Got my boots and saddle and my horse for company. Got the open space far as any man can see. Long as I can ride the range wherever that may be. That's my home.
Be sure to see Gene Autry and Champion in their latest feature-length picture at your local theater.
Hello, folks. Say, I've got a swell story I want to tell you today. Champ and I are ready for action.
It was shortly after the close of the Civil War when half a dozen of Quantrell's infamous raiders, led by the notorious Judd Parker, ambushed the U.S. Army paymaster's wagon laden with gold and then fled into the hills, hotly pursued by a detachment of Union cavalrymen.
Put the wagon behind those rocks, then unhook the horses and run them off. Come on, boys, give them a hand. Ha! Break out the rest of that dynamite. What are you going to do? I'm going to blow those rocks over the wagon and bury it. We'll come back after the goal when it's safe to dig it up. You boys get under cover.
Juniper, there ain't a sign left of that wagon. It's buried complete. Now let them Yanks try and get their gold back. Come on.
We'll take a breather here.
How big a haul do you figure we made, Judd?
Oh, a couple 100,000 at least.
Yeah? Yeah, that's more than 40,000 apiece, ain't it?
That's right.
You know, Judd, I've been thinking. Those boys ain't going to appreciate that kind of money. They'll just go out and get drunk and they'll wind up broke sooner or later.
So?
Well, you and me, we're different. We know what that money can do. And it's a lot easier to split that gold up into 2 shares than it is 5.
So it is. I'll think it over. You forgot just one thing, Brent. It's a lot easier when you don't have to split with anyone.
I've checked the location where the gold is buried and found it to be on the Triangle Ranch.
No offense, Kent, but what you just told me sounds like a tall tale. What makes you so sure the gold is there?
It was left there by a relative of mine, one of Quantrell's raiders. Intended coming back for it at a more opportune time, but was killed in a brawl.
I suppose you left word where it was, huh?
Yes, in an old diary I came across 2 weeks ago.
Oh, that's interesting. How do you figure getting hold of that gold?
By buying the ranch.
The Triangle? Not on your life. Big Jim Watts would never sell it.
No?
That's what I said.
Calico, I think you're wrong. I'm sure he'll be very glad to sell when I get through with him.
That's Big Jim Watson there now, with the deputy.
What are you inventing this time, Pat?
Something that'll make Edison hide his head in shame.
You don't tell me.
Yes, sir. This alarm clock will also predict the weather when I get it fixed. You see, I crossed it with an almanac, and when this...
What's so funny? Pat had some time on his hands and it blew up in his face.
Gene!
What's the matter, Sue?
Do you remember that rustler you sent to prison last year? The one called Idaho?
What about it?
He's back in town again, and he's threatening to kill you on sight.
Very interesting.
Interesting. Good heavens, Gene, did you hear what I said? He's going to kill you.
Now, take it easy, Sue. There's nothing to get excited about.
Nothing? Think of what it'll mean to me if he killed you. I'll be a widow before I'll even be a bride.
Now, don't you worry, Miss Sue. Me and your Uncle Jim will take care of that, Jasper.
We sure will. Any idea where he is?
He's in the saloon, I think.
Now, take it easy, fellas. This is my job.
But, Gene, he...
Yeah, don't tell me. Don't tell me. You know, he can't put me in jail and get away with it. I'll pin his ears back so far that...
Idaho, look. Shooting.
Looking for me, Idaho?
Nice day, ain't it, Sheriff? We ought to have some snow if it don't rain. I mean, we're due for a hot spell if the moon...
Get out of town, Idaho, and don't come back. Thanks, stranger.
Glad to have been of service.
Young man, that was the fastest go I've seen in years.
Thank you.
I'm Jim Watson, owner of the Triangle Spread.
I'm Warren Kent.
And this is my niece, Susan.
It's my pleasure, miss.
Sheriff Gene Autry.
We've met.
Yes, sir.
I'm Pat Buttram, Gene's deputy.
It was wonderful the way you saved Gene's life, Mr. Kent. Are you stopping in town for long?
Well, that all depends. I'm gathering data of a technical nature, and that's the floral and fauna of the Southwest.
Huh?
He's a naturalist.
You mean one of them fellers that runs around naked?
The term for that is nudist. I've always wanted to meet a naturalist, Mr. Kent. It must be simply divine working with the birds and the bees.
Plant life.
Oh, plant life, of course. Is your wife with you?
I'm not married.
No? Oh, you must let me show you around.
Well, I'll be hanged. Think nothing of it, Gene. Susan!
You must let me show you around.
Oh, shut up.
Susan! It's time we headed back for the ranch. Come along, dear.
Oh, but Uncle Jim.
In case Sue forgets to tell you, she's practically engaged to Sheriff Autry.
That was entirely uncalled for, Uncle Jim. How could you?
She has quite a temper, too.
Oh, Sheriff. I hardly know how to say this, Mr. Autry, but, well, I'd like to...
about Sue?
Well, yes. I don't want you to get any false impressions. I'm not the type to stand between a man and his girl.
I have no strings on her.
Oh? Your uncle said you're practically engaged.
Only between times. When she has no interest in someone else.
Well, then the field's wide open, huh?
As far as I'm concerned, good luck.
Oh, gee. We'll expect you for supper tonight.
I'll be there.
What's up, Jason? Rustlers. They shot up the place and got away with 40 head of prime beef. Rustlers? Go home.
Let's go.
That raid was only the beginning. You know what else I want done? Get busy.
Food.
No luck yet, Jim.
Still no idea who those raiders are, huh, Gene?
No. Checked every angle. No soap. I don't know where to start now.
What you need are some bloodhounds to help you.
Don't mind her. She's put out because she has to do the cooking.
Cook quit?
This morning. Got so he was scared of the shadow.
Well, I can't say that I blame him.
I don't either. I only hope my other boys don't quit, too.
Don't tell me you're going to eat all that.
Why not?
Don't you have any consideration for your stomach?
Why should I? It hadn't got none for me.
I'll just take a cup of coffee, Sue.
Afraid of my cooking.
Oh!
What's the matter?
I just bit into this biscuit and it almost broke my jaw.
Well, that's absurd. You're just being nasty. Go ahead and laugh. So I can't make biscuits. At least it's better than you not being able to enforce law and order.
Susan, mind your tongue.
It's true, isn't it? He and Pat have practically lived here for a week looking for those raiders. And what have they accomplished? Absolutely nothing.
Susan, I told you to... Quitting? Sorry, boss. That's about the size of it. Don't tell me those raiders have you buffaloed. That's putting it mildly.
But you can't quit Jim when he needs you most. He'll have a hard time getting new men.
Maybe so, but we're moving on. This place is getting too unhealthy. Will a raise in pay make you change your minds? Money won't do you any good when you're dead. We'll take our time now. Very well.
Here comes that feller Kent again. He's getting to be a regular fixture around here.
Well, what of it? It's none of your business.
Hello, Sue.
Hello, Warren.
Your men, they haven't quit, have they, Mr. Watson?
That's exactly what they've done.
Those raiders scared them off.
Do you blame them? With the law himself running around in circles?
Get inside before I lose my temper.
You know, I don't know much about ranch work, but you're going to be needing some help around here, but I'll be glad to do anything I'm told.
That's mighty nice of you, Kent, but you might stop a bullet.
Well, we don't expect to live forever.
Thanks, Kent, but I'll get along. I'll try to pick up a new crew in town today.
We'll ride in with you. Get him in the house.
I'm going with you.
That's a box canyon he's heading into. Don't shoot. I want him alive so he can do some talking. Hold it! He's dead.
I'm sorry, Gene. I thought he was going to shoot. Fired before I knew what I was doing.
Well, I guess it couldn't be helped. We'll take him with us. Get your horse.
Did you get him, Gene?
Yeah, but not alive. How bad is it, Jim?
Oh, I'll pull through. Who was he?
I don't know. I never saw him before.
Why didn't you take that man alive so you could find out a few things?
Gene isn't to blame for that, Sue. I shot that man.
Well, then he should have stopped you. What we need is a new sheriff, one who can enforce the law instead of just riding around looking important.
Gene is doing his best. That's all anyone can do. Now, you shut your mouth or I'll paddle you good. That young snippet can get under my skin worse than a tick.
Maybe she's right.
Right my foot. You're doing fine.
No, I'm not. I'm getting nowhere fast. Maybe a new sheriff could clear this whole thing up.
Gene, I've known you ever since you were knee-high. You've been like a son to me. But I never thought I'd live to see the day that you turned quitter. Well, all right, if you want to quit, go on and quit. But get out of here and let me die in peace.
Turn around here, you old coot. I'm not quitting. I'm just thinking out loud.
Well, then stop that kind of thinking. It gets me all upset.
Do you have any idea what those raiders are after, Gene?
Must be the ranch. It doesn't figure otherwise.
My ranch? Well, why not one of the others?
Hey, maybe there's oil on the property, or gold.
You may have something there, Pat.
Sure, I'm smart, I am.
No, there's no gold or oil on the triangle. It's not that kind of property.
I agree with Mr. Watson.
Well, they want something on this ranch, and I've got an idea how to smoke them out.
How?
Advertise the place for sale. We'll see who shows up to buy it.
That's a smart idea, Gene. We'll try it. Still think you can make it work?
Just you wait and see.
Any buyers today, Jim?
No, not one. You must be wrong about someone being after the ranch.
I'm beginning to think so myself. Look, I'm transferring your cattle to the Circle J, and Sue's taking you to the hospital in Carson City.
Me? What for?
Well, if those raiders aren't after the ranch itself, there's something on the ranch they want. With the triangle deserted, they're bound to show their hand.
Then me and you'll grab them, huh, Gene?
I'll let it be known that Pat and I are accompanying you to Carson City.
Whatever you say is all right with me, G. Sue! Sue!
Oh, I thought I had it fixed.
There they are, Pat. Let's move.
they are. They got picks and shovels. I wonder what they're after.
No, but we'll soon find out. Down this way.
I'm sorry, Gene.
Who is it?
Me, Gene.
Come on in. Just been cleaning up a little.
So I see.
Thought you'd gone to Carson City.
Changed my mind. You been out today?
No, I thought I'd stay in and work on some papers.
That isn't true, Kent. You have clay on your boots. Fresh clay.
So?
The same kind of clay that's on the hooves of a well-lathered horse in front of the hotel.
That's very interesting.
Very interesting. Especially when that kind of clay comes only from the Triangle Ranch.
You know, I'm not very good at riddles, Autry. What are you driving at?
You're behind those raids, Kent.
Am I? You're going to find that rather hard to prove, Sheriff.
I'll get proof. And when I do, I'm coming after you.
Gene, what them raiders was looking for. It's gold. Come on, look. Come on. There's thousands, millions. I found it in that old wagon buried there.
Department of Finance, United States Army. Why, Pat, this gold dates back to Civil War days.
You're quite right. I hate to do this to someone I've grown to like, Gene, but I'm going to have to shoot you. You understand, of course.
Sure.
Well, you don't like me, so I'll just leave.
Get over there, both of you.
Get that, and Gene, I'll take care of this one.
Doesn't matter about the many lies you've told me. I know that you regret each little lie. And though you thought I'd weep upon your shoulder. Down in Texas, darling, Texans never cry. Doesn't matter about the many vows you've broken. I'm sure I'll never know the reasons why. And even though you think I'm broken-hearted, down in Texas, darling, Texans never cry. I know that you have found someone who's closer to your heart. As Texans say, I'll find a way to make another start. Since you have found some other lips to kiss you, I hope that you'll be happy by and by. And though it's true that I am gonna miss you, down in Texas, darling, Texans never cry.
Oh, Gene, that was simply beautiful. You know, I've really been a stupid fool, and I wouldn't blame you at all if you spanked me.
You wouldn't?
Of course not.
I think I'll do it then, because you need it.
Gene was right. You sure needed it.
Be sure to see Gene Autry and Champion in their latest feature-length picture at your local theater.
Hello, folks. Say, I've got a swell story I want to tell you today. Champ and I are ready for action.
Boys, just held up the bank. You men get your horses.
Stone under his shoe? Worse than that. I think he's got a sprained tendon. That's great. Doubling up's going to slow us down plenty.
What do you expect me to do, grow wings? I'll ride with Pete.
Well, come on, let's get going. What's the stall?
Look, up the road there.
Well, that's Swapper Darrell's place, isn't it?
Yeah.
You don't expect him to give you a horse, do you? He'll probably give you a load of buckshot instead.
Well, I'll have to risk it. You boys go on ahead. I'll catch up with you.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Boys,
3-year-old pal just held up the bank in town. Don't suppose you know anything about it?
No, not a thing. I've been around here all morning. Now, you know I ain't had nothing to do with the Bolton since I've been out.
I hope you're telling the truth, Whopper. Is it all right with you if we have a look around?
Sure, help yourself.
Not exactly living in style here, are you, old-timer?
No, but there ain't no bars on the window, and they ain't gonna be neither.
Mighty fine-looking horse you have here, Whopper.
Sure is. Gene Autry gave him to me for sort of a coming-out present.
Yeah?
And that ain't no Whopper either.
Must be quite a friend of yours.
Sure is. Best friend I got.
You say you've been around here all morning?
That's right.
You just can't tell the truth, can you? Then how come your horse all lathered up?
Lathered up? Hey, wait a minute. That ain't Contender.
Then whose horse is it?
I don't know. Never saw him before.
Looks like the horse Ace Bolton was riding. How about it, Whopper?
Tell you I don't know anything about it, Sheriff. If you think I'm hiding Ace Bolton, you better take another look around. But you won't find him.
No, I don't think we will either. I think he needs a fresh horse and willing to pay for it. You realize this makes you an accessory.
But I wouldn't sell Contender. Not to nobody.
It's no use, Whopper. This came off of part of the bank loot. I guess I'll have to take you in.
But Sheriff, I don't know anything about that. You've got to believe me.
Maybe your pal Gene Autry will believe you.
He sure will. And he'll get me out of this, too. You just see if he don't.
There's some friends here to see you, Whopper. I'll be outside if you want.
Hello, Whopper.
Hi, boys. It's nice of you to come.
Well, come on, cheer up. You won't be here long.
Of course not. I'll bet the jury will turn you loose without even leaving the jury box.
It won't do any good if they do. Yeah. Read that.
I'm stopping over 2 days en route to coast. Arriving Friday. Love, Mary. Who's Mary?
She's my daughter. And her old man in the pokey.
Well, if that's all that's worrying you, we'll get you out. I'll go your bail.
Mighty nice of you, Gene. I don't think you need bother.
You want to see your daughter, don't you?
Sure I want to see her, but that's just it. I don't want her to see me the way I am.
Well, why not?
You see, I just can't help exaggerating a bit. In my letters, I made her think that I amounted to something. A big ranch owner. In fact, I sent her a picture of my place.
You mean that termite's retreat?
No, as a matter of fact, Gene, I sent her a picture of yours.
Hey, that's forgery.
Well, I didn't mean any harm.
Oh, that's all right.
Will you do me a big favor, Gene?
Why, sure.
Something tells me you're going to be sorry.
Will you meet Mary when she arrives tomorrow?
Well, I'll be glad to. But what'll I tell her?
Just tell her I'm dead.
No, I won't. It's the craziest thing I ever heard of.
Now you're showing some sense.
I don't know. My idea might win second prize.
I knew it. I knew it.
The first thing we've got to do is see about your bail. Say, Sheriff. Remember now, men, for the next 2 days you take your orders from Whopper. And be respectful. Call him Mr. Darragh, boss. That goes for you too, Pat.
Sure, Gene. We'll even tip our hats.
Well, don't overdo it.
Well, I didn't know you smoked cigars.
I don't. This is for Mr. Darragh. Only he don't know it's loaded.
Oh, boy. Take a look at Mr. Darragh.
Mr. Darragh, I presume?
Correct. So you brought the boys.
Howdy, Mr. Darragh.
Howdy, boss.
Howdy, boys.
Cigar, boss?
Oh, that's mighty thoughtful of you.
Nothing like a cigar to make a man look like a big shot. Here, I'll light it for you.
Oh, thanks.
Here comes the stage.
Mary!
Dad! Dad, you look wonderful.
Oh, honey, you changed since I saw you last.
Well, naturally.
Mary, I want you to meet Gene Autry, my foreman, Pat Buttram.
How do you do, mister?
Now, boys, I want you to meet my daughter, Mary.
Howdy, ma'am.
Hello.
The buckboard's right over here. If you want to go ahead, I'll pick up those supplies you ordered, Mr. Darrow.
That's a good idea. Boy, take care of Mary's bags.
What does he take me for, a bellhop?
You heard what he said. Get moving, boy.
Dad, I don't understand.
Understand what?
Oh, this welcome.
Why, just an old Western costume, honey.
Kowtow to that old buzzard. I don't care what Gene said.
I'm sorry. Did you hurt yourself?
No, I always enjoy a little trip. Guess I'm kind of butterfingered.
You certainly are.
It's all right.
Put it in there, boy.
Yes, Mr. Darrow. A light, boss?
No, thanks. I have one.
You all right, Mary?
I think so. Is this a good old Western custom, too?
That sure is a pretty dress you're a-wearing with the little pink flowers and the little bluebirds. That sure is a pretty dress I'm declaring with the little pink flowers and the little bluebirds. You sure are pretty and you make me sigh like a rose on a vine that kisses the sky. Too pretty for words and you catch my eye with the little pink flowers and the little bluebirds. Purty Mary, won't you let me take you home tonight? Purty Mary, we'll be riding 'neath the moon so bright. Purty Mary, I'll be holding on to you so tight. I'll be waiting at the door with a love forevermore. Purty Mary, I'll be courting you tonight. That sure is a pretty pair of slippers you're a-wearing with the little pink flowers and the little bluebirds. That sure is a pretty pair of slippers, I'm declaring, with the little pink flowers too pretty for words. You sure look pretty at the dance tonight. With your head on my shoulder, I'll hold you tight. With your little red cheeks and your eyes so bright. With the little pink flowers and the little bluebirds. Pretty Mary, won't you let me take you home tonight? Pretty Mary, we'll be riding 'neath the moon so bright. Pretty Mary, I'll be holding on to you so tight. I'll be waiting at the door with a love forevermore. Pretty Mary, I'll be courting you tonight.
Well, I hate to break this up, boys, but we have some evening chores to do.
We sure have.
Before you go, boys, I want to thank you for the wonderful welcome you've given me. Why, you've made me feel so much at home that I just can't bear the thoughts of leaving.
Well, it's too bad that you can't stay longer.
That's right. Wish you could.
Well, as a matter of fact, I am going to stay. Indefinitely.
What? But you can't. Your friend. You promised to meet her.
Well, I'll just write her a letter and say I've changed my plans.
But,
Well, that's just fine, Miss Mary, isn't it, boys?
Well, I'm glad you feel that way, boys, because from now on, I'm not going to be just company. I intend to take an active part in the management of this ranch.
You don't know anything about running a ranch.
Oh, yes, I do. You see, I've majored in animal husbandry. And besides, Daddy dear, you've worked long enough. It's about time I shouldered some of the responsibilities.
Yeah, but Mary, you see, Gene, he's my foreman.
Well, I'm sure he's done very nicely, too. But, you see, I intend to employ the new scientific method. Well, you just wait and see. In a few months, you won't even know this ranch.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Well, what's the matter, boys? Do you object to a petticoat boss?
Oh, no. It's just that we're surprised. But it's a fine idea. We're all in favor of it, aren't we, boys?
Sure.
Well, let's get started. See you later, folks.
But, Mary, it's awfully nice of you to want to stay, but I don't think you ought to.
Why not?
Well, it ain't healthy around here.
Nonsense. You all look healthy.
Yeah, but there's an epidemic, hoof and mouth disease, yeah.
Do people catch it?
It's mighty contagious.
Well, don't you worry, Daddy dear. I promise you I won't go around kissing the cows.
You would play Santa Claus, wouldn't you? Now it looks like you're stuck in the chimney and little Miss Fix-It's getting ready to light a fire under you. You got any ideas?
Well,
You better not answer that. This one sure backfired.
Sure did. Well, it was my idea in the first place, so I guess I'm stuck with it.
You mean you just gonna let things ride?
For the time being, it's all I can do.
Well, I'll tell you what that gal's liable to do. Pull this ranch right out from under you.
I don't think so.
Here they come, Ace.
Say, you're quite a dude.
Yeah, I wouldn't have recognized you.
I'd have recognized you, buzzards, by your smell. What do you want with me?
Just a little cooperation. You see, I happen to know that Autry keeps quite a sizable bankroll in his safe at the ranch. I want the combination of that safe.
You do? Well, you'll not get it from me. That's final.
What about your daughter?
He promised me nothing would happen to her if I came here with him.
That's right. But it'd certainly be a blow to her pride to find out that her old man was a phony.
I couldn't do that to Gene.
It's up to you. But I'd sure like to see the look on your daughter's face when she finds out that instead of being a successful cattleman, her father's nothing but a broken-down bum with a prison record.
I couldn't have her find that out. I couldn't.
Charlie will be waiting for your signal. Give him the combination of the safe. And one more thing. Make some excuse to get everybody away from the house. We don't want to be interrupted.
Isn't it exciting?
Yeah, very.
Mary, there's something I must
Look,
tell you.
Dad, there's Gene. Oh, isn't he marvelous?
Oh, that ain't nothing. Just watch me. Yourself.
Not through for the day.
No, just knocking off for chow. Hope the ride gave you an appetite.
Oh, it certainly did, among other things.
Plenty of liniment back at the ranch house.
Well, sympathetic brute, isn't he?
Well, you're gonna have to get toughened up if you're gonna start bossing this outfit.
Well, you're so right.
Pat, take Miss Mary over to the chuck wagon.
Be glad to.
Think we can make it?
We can try.
Be with you in a minute. Cheer up, old-timer. It's all right. I know what's bothering you. That bombshell Mary dropped at the party. Kind of rocked me back on my heels, too.
I tried to tell her the truth just now, but it seems the words stuck in my throat.
I know. Well, don't say anything about it for a while. Let's see how it works out.
Yeah, but we can't just camp on you like this.
Why not? We got plenty of room. Besides, it's kind of nice having you two around.
You mean that, Gene?
Sure, you're welcome to stay. Only try to persuade Mary not to make too many improvements. Let's have some chow.
I don't feel hungry, Gene. You run home.
Whatever you say, boss. Thanks. We got one of the... Or your dad has got one of the best cooks in the country.
Well, he has the best of everything, including friends.
I'm glad you think so.
Oh, it's lovely out here. You certainly have a beautiful ranch, Mr. Autry.
What do you say?
You all deserve a large E for effort, but I've known from the first this wasn't Dad's ranch.
Well, you acted as though...
Naturally. I couldn't bear to spoil such a lovely performance. And I just couldn't resist ribbing you a little about staying on and taking over the management. I wish you could have seen your faces.
How did you find out?
Oh, Dad's letters didn't fool me. I've known for years he's been having a hard time. I guess what little he earned went for my education. That's why I came out here. I thought it was about time I started taking care of him.
I'm glad you came out.
You know, I really did study teaching. And now that I have a position, I thought when I left tomorrow, I'd take Dad along with me. But now I'm beginning to wonder just how to break it to him.
Well, I think it'll relieve his mind. He's been so worried he couldn't eat.
Well, let's go and tell him.
All right. Hey, Pat.
Yeah?
Whopper with the boys?
No, he got on his horse and rode off a few minutes ago, acted like he was in a hurry.
Toward the house?
Yeah?
Take care of things for me, will you?
Okay.
What's the matter, Gene?
I don't know. It's funny he'd leave without saying anything. We'll soon find out. Mount up.
It's all right, Ace. There's nobody around.
Good old whopper. Stay here with the horses, Pete.
All right.
Not bad.
Stick 'em up. Hurry up. I just as soon shoot as look at you. In fact, I'd rather. I'd rather Mary knew all about me than to feel that I've double-crossed my own friend.
How does it feel to be so noble?
It feels just fine. Kick that over here.
Wait here.
Autry. I've had enough.
All right, inside.
Dad! You're hurt!
Oh, just parted my hair a bit. Good thing I stooped over when he shot.
Guess this is a case for the sheriff. Looks like you captured the bank robbers after all, Whopper.
Hey, that's right. I did.
You get a reward for this. Sheriff's office.
You won't have much chance to spend it in jail. Ask him how he got the combination to your safe.
I gave it to him, Gene.
I see. You sure pulled it on them, old-timer. Pretending to fall in with their scheme so you could trap them. Nice work.
Oh, that's all right. I could have handled him myself.
Oh, of course you could. Oh, you're wonderful.
You dirty, low-down
That'll be
double...
about all from you, Buster. Remember, there's a lady present.
Be sure to see Gene Autry and Champion in their latest feature-length picture at your local theater.
Hello, folks. Say, I've got a swell story I want to tell you today. Champ and I are ready for action.
Amigo.
You getting tired, amigo? Don't worry yourself. Pretty soon we'll find much gold. And then you'll never have to work again. Maybe you want a drink, eh? All right, Pepito, get you a drink. Here, boy. Come here, boy, come here. That's good. Now, Pepito, take a drink. We're almost there now. And when we get rich, you eat all day. And I buy a big ranch. Hey, amigo. Look. Look. Maybe that horse needs some help. We see. Come on. Say, this fine horse, amigo. Look how shoulder slopes. That's very important when you judge a horse. And good form legs. Nice. Smooth riding. Amigo, I bet this is a poor lost horse. We find his owner, eh? Besides, my feet hurt from walking. All right, boy. All right, boy, we get you home quick. Come on, horse. Hey. What's the matter? I don't think this horse understands English good, amigo. Andale, caballo. I don't think he understands Spanish good either. Amigo, I think this horse is dead.
Whoa! What's the trouble there?
I thought I found a horse, Senor Cowboy.
You know, that's a coincidence. I was beginning to think I had lost one.
This the one?
Yeah, that's him. Thanks for finding him. My name's Gene Autry.
Pepito Garcia, very happy to meet you.
Good to see you.
And this is Amigo. Amigo, meet Senor Cowboy Autry.
Yeah, glad to meet you, amigo.
You live around here, Senor Autry?
Oh, I have a ranch up here ways. You're new in this part of the country, aren't you?
Well, see, I live in Arizona all my life, but I come to Rock Bottom on business.
What kind of business? Prospecting?
No, I know where I'm going. I got it right here in my head. Coyote. I never hear coyote howl like that except at night when there's moon.
You never heard a coyote like Pat Buttram before either.
You hear that? I'm getting pretty good when animals talk back to me. Hey, who's this, Gene?
Pat, this is Pepito Garcia.
Glad to know you.
Same here. That's a right smart burro you got there. Yes, sir.
He's more than burro. In Spanish, his name's amigo. That means friend. He's my friend.
Well, just let me practice up on my burro talk a little bit more, and me and him will be thicker than thieves.
So that looks like our daily.
Yeah, who's chasing?
That's what we're going to find out.
Come on, amigo. We see what happens.
Whoever they were, they got him.
It was that Bo Hanlon's gang. I recognize that Jasper back there. I've seen his picture on the reward posters.
But why would they want to kill Art Daly?
It's simple. They wanted to rob him like they rob everybody else.
He wasn't trying to rob him. He didn't have a chance with us on his tail.
Say, that's right.
He deliberately shot him.
I stopped the runaway and think maybe you want the wagon. Please excuse Amigo for riding, but he's slow and it's easier like this.
Well, thanks, Pepita. We'll have to get Amigo out of the wagon. There's a man been hurt. We've got to get him back to town.
Si, Senor Autry.
It's Art Daly, Sheriff. He's dead. It was the Hanlon gang.
The Hanlon gang?
A hold-up? Looked like plain murder. And that's what I can't understand. Why?
Must have been a hold-up, Gene. The Hanlon bunch are outlaws. They've got a reputation all over the West.
Sure, but they've also got a reputation going only for big stuff, such as banks. No, he had a reason for killing Art.
Well, I'll take charge of the body. And from now on, every man in Rock Bottom is deputized. If you lay eyes on those murdering coyotes, shoot to kill and ask questions later.
That leaves the Cattlemen's Association without a president.
Yeah, but as long as you're secretary and I'm treasurer, we can get along till next election.
Yeah, I guess so.
I can't understand it. Art didn't have an enemy in the world.
Maybe not, but Hanlon wasn't exactly acting friendly.
Ouch! Hey, you kid, get that burro out of here or I'll tan your hide and his too.
I do something wrong, Senor?
That jackass of yours stepped on my pet corn.
Oh, I'm sorry, Senor.
Well, that doesn't make it any better.
Stop that! You...
Here, leave that boy alone. You stay out of this. Here.
Which way they go? We'll get this thing off.
Oh, look at Mr. Pat, amigo.
You made a ringer, Pat. You know, you're a better shot blind than you are with your eyes open.
Thank you, senors. I'm sorry for this, but when someone hit amigo...
I know how you feel.
Good work, Gene. Who's the kid?
He's from Arizona. Pepita, this is Mr. Andrews. He has a ranch next to mine.
Hello.
That is interesting. Have the senors ever heard of the Lost Chance Gold Strike?
Sure, that's supposed to be up in our neck of the woods. What about it?
I know where it is.
You do?
Gosh, we'll all be rich.
Now, wait a minute, Pepito. That's one of those yarns prospectors start. The old man who said he found the Lost Chance never proved it. And this isn't mining country.
Just the same, Gene, there must be something to it. That story's been going around for 25 years.
And men have looked for it all that time without finding it.
I know. And I will find. I've got it right here in my head.
You know exactly where it is?
It will take time, but my father told me. And I will prove. My father lived here 25 years ago. Pedro Garcia.
Pedro Garcia? Well, Gene, he was a friend of the old prospector.
I'll have to see it to believe it. Meanwhile, what are you going to do?
Well, I need a job to earn money for supplies. I'm a good vaquero, and I cook good Mexican style.
Well, I could find room for another good hand on my place.
Senor Autry?
I am short-handed.
Thank you, Senor Andrews, but I go with Senor Autry. We are old friends.
Yeah, we've known each other all morning.
Hey, who's this?
We might need somebody undercover in town in case we have trouble with Autry. I hired Buck because he has a grudge to settle with Gene.
Now that I get rid of Daly for you, Andrews, I'd like to see a little action that pays off.
You'll get it. Here are the plans for the bank and the combination of the vault.
How do we split?
Any cash you get is yours. All I want's the records of the Cattlemen's Association.
Uh-huh.
You're the treasurer of the association, aren't you? First you want the president out of the way, and then you want all the records to disappear. Something tells me there ain't as much money in that account as there should be.
That's my business. You just see there's no records left. All the rest is yours.
Goodbye to my old Mexico and the sleepy Rio Grande. To my fair senorita, my lovely Lolita, remember the ring I placed on your hand. Your dark eyes will guide me always, and your love will be true, I know. There's a tear in your eye, senorita, don't cry. Goodbye to you and my old Mexico.
That was very beautiful. Now I think I've peeled enough onions.
I'd say so.
Then maybe I'll take Amigo and have a look around.
I'll come along, Pepito.
Oh, if you excuse me, it's better I go alone.
Go ahead, but be careful if you run into the Hanlon gang.
Oh, I'm not worried. Goodbye, senors.
So long.
Aha! Maybe that's the right rock, amigo. We see. See, I told you I got it in my head. The rock on the hill is 10 feet high. Take 10 paces west and see a face in the sky. I don't see any face.
Pepito!
Any sign of him?
No, and what gets my goat is I can't even get Amigo to answer.
Maybe he's gone into town for supplies. Let's have a look.
Don't use your gun, Gene. They'll plug the sheriff.
Reach, Autry. Get their guns. Guess there's not much I can do about it.
Hurry it up. But got the rest of his loot. Well, that's funny. Nothing but papers. Records. The bags Hanlon dropped in town was stuffed with cash, like you'd expect them to be. Rock Bottom Cattlemen's Association. What do you make of it, Del?
I don't know. Beats me, but those are our records.
Maybe we can get it out of that Jasper that had them.
I'm afraid he won't be doing any talking. That fall finished him off.
Well, as treasurer of the association, I better get these back to the bank.
And see a face in the sky. I still don't see any face in the sky. Maybe that rock up there. Oh, you tired, amigo? Okay, you wait for me here.
That was a great scheme you worked out.
Don't blame me. We'd have gotten away with it if it hadn't been for Autry.
I just got this to tell you, Andrews. I'm not leaving Rock Bottom country until you pay me off, one way or another.
Don't worry, I can still get money.
Yeah? Well, if you ask me or my guess is any good, what you have got you stole from the Cattlemen's Association.
It's nothing to you where I got it.
As long as I get part of it.
You will. Just give me time to figure.
Stop! Come back here. What are you doing up here?
I'm looking for the lost chance.
You were listening to what we were saying.
No, I no listen.
He's lying. We can't let him go now. We'd have Autry on our necks.
And we'd have Autry on our necks anyway if the kid didn't show up. Gene would never stop till he found out what happened to him.
Well, so what do? Send him back and let him talk?
We've got an idea. Do you think you can still find the lost chance mine?
I will find it, but I'm not going to tell you.
Maybe you'll change your mind about that. A couple of you fellows go down and get that burro.
You must not touch amigo.
What are you getting at, Andrews?
Well, if I'm right, we can kill two birds with one stone. Keep Autry quiet and cut in on the lost chance strike.
What are you going to do with amigo?
We won't do a thing to him, Sonny, just so long as you do as you're told. But if you don't, well, one dead burro more or less don't matter.
Oh, please don't hurt him. I'd do anything. I'd do anything.
What do you think you're doing?
Don't you think I sound like a doggy?
You don't even know what a doggy is.
Well, sure I do. It's a little calf that's lost its mama, and its papa's run off with another cow.
You got a head on you, boy.
Sure I have. Hey, there he is, with Dale Andrews.
Wonder where Amigo is.
You better watch yourself.
See?
Pepita, we've been looking for you.
Senor Autry, amigo. He is lost.
Lost? How'd that happen?
Oh, I leave him, and when I come back, he's gone.
Well, I'm sure sorry, Pepita. Anything we can do to help Dell?
Yeah, we can look for him. I can use my burro call.
Oh, we'll find him all right. He can't go far. Maybe over at my ranch by now, for all we know. Anyway, the boy feels he'd be closer to where he lost Amigo if he stays with me.
That sounds right. But don't worry, Pepita. It's almost night now, but Pat and I look for him tomorrow.
Thank you, Senor Autry. I think maybe I get him back. We better go now, Senor Andrews.
He's pretty anxious. So long.
So long.
Well, at least we don't have to worry no more, long as the kid is with Andrews.
That burro wouldn't run away from Pepita any more than the boy'd run away from him.
Hey, you've got a head on your shoulders, Gene. That's just what I was going to say.
Yes. Take 10 paces west and see a face in the sky. A face! There it is.
What face?
Like it says there. And then it say, dig where face is.
Well, it looks a little like a face.
Senor Andrews, you promised about Amigo.
Yeah, you'll get him back. Start digging. I'll go and get Hanlon.
Gosh, Gene, who'd have thought Andrews would do anything like that?
I wouldn't, but I do now. He's going to have to do some tall talking when I get out there.
Did you find out anything?
The cattleman's account's about $40,000 short.
40,000? Can you prove it was Andrews?
No, but it all adds up, Sheriff. There was no reason to kill Daly. Except maybe he was president of the association and knew about this. Then Hamlin tried to get away with the records. Andrews could have hired Hamlin for both jobs.
Well, you've been the secretary.
But I didn't have anything to do with the money end of it. But I will from now on.
Hey, why would the old guy make such a mystery of it? Putting it in poetry and all that.
That'll make it harder to find. A lot of fellows who buried treasures did that.
There's something. I wonder what it is. Ah. What? It's a box.
That's it.
A box, yeah. Open it up quick.
To the fool that digs. Well, go on, what does it say?
What's the use? We've been kidded. The old man was sour on life. Spreading those rumors about the lost chance and leaving those directions was probably his idea, getting even with the world.
Autry's on his way looking for you. Him and Pat found out something at the bank.
They're wise to you. And you got me in the soup, too.
Oh, we can fix this, Hanlon. We'll jump Autry. We get rid of him, we got nobody to ask any questions. Then I can pay you.
All right, boys, take cover. Now, wait till he gets in close and then let him have it.
Wait a minute.
Kid.
Oh, that's easy. Al, put the kid on the buckboard and take him back that old mine shaft. You can keep him there while we take care of Autry. Come on.
The tar out of you for this.
Get up. Ándale, caballos.
There they are. Not yet. Let them get closer.
Kid got away from Al.
He ain't gonna get to Autry.
learned my lesson, and nobody gives you anything for nothing. Maybe you learned it, too, by now.
It was a joke.
Yeah, not a very good one. But it could be worse. You learned a lot from it, didn't you?
Sure. Don't follow foolish ideas and try to get something for nothing.
Now you're talking. Remember, nobody ever gives you anything for nothing. But there's a hefty reward for capturing Hannah. You earned it, and we're going to see that you get it.
Me?
Sure. And Pat and I are going to use the money to send you to school.
It is amigo. I would know his voice anywhere.
I just figured, what would I do if I was a jackass? So I brayed real loud, and look what showed up, Amigo and Junior.
Oh, amigo, do not worry anymore. I'm here. Oh, but senors, if I go to school, can I take amigo with me?
Oh, amigo won't have to go to school. I can teach him everything he needs to know.
You'll have to tend to the baby.
Be sure to see Gene Autry and Champion in their latest feature-length picture at your local theater.
Hello, folks. Say, I've got a swell story I want to tell you today. Champ and I are ready for action.
Now, smile, please. Oh, no. Relax, Mr. Autry. Relax. Oh, no, not like that. I said relax, not collapse. Here, try sitting down.
Next time Andy McBride gets me in a place like this, he'll have to blindfold me and back me in.
Well, that's what you get for entering the bronc riding contest at the rodeo. The winner always gets his picture took.
Please, Mr. Buttram. Now, Mr. Autry, if you'll just turn your head a little to your right. Oh, no. Mr. Autry, the day of the tintype is over. This picture is not for the family album.
It's no use. I don't feel at ease.
I reckon Gene don't look natural less than he's on a horse or holding a guitar.
Say, that's an idea.
Don't tell me she's gone after a horse.
Ah, she wouldn't. Well, now, you know.
Here, hang on to this. Please, Mr. Buttram.
If I sent a rose to you for every time you made me blue, you'd have a room full of roses. And if I sent a rose of white for every time I cried all night, you'd have a room full of roses. And if you took the petals and you tore them all apart, you'd be tearing at the roses just the way you tore my heart. If someday you're feeling blue and you could send some roses too, well, I don't want a room full of roses. I just want my arms full of you.
Oh, that was splendid, Mr. Autry, splendid.
I guess it was the guitar. Sounds like gunshots.
Oh, just a truck backfiring.
That's no backfiring. Somebody's smoking up the town. Here. Here. this barrel over your head.
Don't stand there like a couple of hedging posts. He's getting away.
Well, who are we gunning for?
Bill Watterson, head of a gang that's been working the county fairs. Hanson was shipping his prize bull when they made a try for it, and he opened up on him.
Look in the gully, Sheriff. We'll try the barn.
Okay.
Are you in a hurry to get shot?
With what? I've got his gun.
Yeah, but maybe it's got a twin brother.
All right, come on out.
I ain't done nothing. You can't prove it. What are you, a copper?
Not exactly. What's your name, young fella?
Eddie Baker. Gesundheit.
What are you doing hiding in this barn?
What'd you expect me to do? Stand out in the street and get plugged?
Did you see a man run in here?
No. Gesundheit. Mister, you need a muffler on your exhaust.
Oh, it's that hay fever. Come August, I get it every time.
Hey, Gene.
Yeah?
Any sign of him?
No luck, Sheriff.
Dog blasted, now I gotta search the whole town.
What do you want to bet he don't find him?
Think I want to lose my money?
Say, mister, are you a real cowboy like in the movies?
Well, I have a ranch.
Are you from back east?
Detroit.
Long ways from home, aren't you?
I don't have no home. Not since my ma died. They tried to put me in an orphanage, but I hitched a boxcar and came out here looking for my old man. Say, maybe you know him. His name's Jim Baker. I got his picture here.
Can't tell much about it by this.
He's got a big ranch near here. Leastways he had last time Ma and me heard from him.
Well, I'll inquire around. Say, you look like you've missed a couple of meals lately.
So what? Maybe I'm on a diet.
Then you wouldn't be interested in a double order ham and eggs.
You sold me.
First, you'll have to get some clothes and then a bath.
A bath? So long, mister.
Come on.
So Watterson escaped, huh? Right from under your nose.
He had a horse hid in the cottonwoods. And if you print that Andy McBride...
Okay, Sheriff, okay. I'll make you look good.
Every time I get mixed up in one of you newspapers...
Hello, Andy. Say, Sheriff, you know who this is. It's not very clear. I had Miss Summers make an enlargement from a snapshot.
What's he wanted for?
His kid's out here looking for him. Boy about 10 years old from back east.
I've seen that face somewhere before.
I have, too, but I can't place it.
What's the guy's name?
Jim Baker. Hey, Sheriff.
Say, that's him, all right. He did a 6-month stretch for petty larceny before he joined up with Watterson.
Eddie's father, an outlaw?
What a story.
Sure be tough on the kid.
Yeah. Get that boy and bring him over here right away.
What for? You want to use him for bait to bring in his father?
Well, what if I am? Jim Baker's a rustler with a price on his head wanted by the law.
Then let the law do its own dirty work.
You bring him in or I'll go get him myself.
Then do it yourself. I'm not going to break his heart.
Dang, blast him.
He's got a point there, Sheriff.
So have I. I've got a job to do and I aim to do it. That Autry may be my best friend, but sometimes he can be the stubbornest, orneriest doggone.
Come on, Eddie.
Hey, come back! Gene! Blast your hide!
That's a boy.
Double-cross me, will he? I'll show him.
I'd say it was doing you a favor.
A favor?
Jim Baker isn't dumb. He wouldn't come into town even to see his son. But he might take a chance if the kid was at Gene's ranch.
Say, you've got an idea there, Andy. And with your help, I'll get Jim Baker for sure, and maybe the rest of the gang to boot.
With my help?
I want you to print a big story on the boy about how he's hunting for his old man. Be sure to mention where he's staying. And we'll see that every owl hoot in the county gets a copy of that paper. And then, all I have to do is take out Gene's ranch and wait till Baker comes in. Go to it, son.
Well, here we are, Eddie.
Finally, a real ranch. I bet my dad's place is just like this.
Better run up to the house and tell the cook we have company for supper.
I suppose you know the sheriff will be on our trail before sundown.
Let him come. I'm keeping Eddie here until I can figure a way to get in touch with his dad. That's no Tommy Hawk, that's a hand axe. They work here, they're friends of mine. Eddie, I want you to meet How-Do.
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 And this is his wife, Mary.
Show him Junior, Mary.
Go ahead, look at it.
Criminy, a hitchhiker.
Any news?
My people no see Jim Baker. When they find, they come tell you quick.
That gang must be hiding around here somewhere. They can't get through the roads in the border patrol.
Say, Mr. Autry, how about teaching me to be a rancher? So as soon as I find my old man, I can start helping him right away.
Can you ride?
Ride? Sure I can ride.
Come on, let's go out to the corral. Well, there's your horse.
You mean you're giving him to me?
That's right.
Criminy.
Well, why don't you try him out?
Me? Sure, why not?
He's getting on from the wrong side.
You'll get bucked off.
Hey, somebody left him in reverse.
It's Louie.
Boy, wait till you get a taste of this soup. I found the recipient in one of them city magazines.
I got news for you, Jim. Your kid's in town.
Eddie is here? You're crazy.
It's all over the front page. Read it yourself.
Well, it says here the boy is trying to locate his father.
So's the sheriff.
Shut up.
A fellow called Gene Autry has taken the kid out to his ranch. Say, ain't that the spread about 20 miles out of town?
Yeah, the Flying A.
Wait a minute, cowboy. If you're thinking of taking a trip, forget it. You ain't going nowhere.
Who says I'm not?
What, are you gone loco? You want to lay a rope on all of us? Can't you see it's a trap?
Yeah, I guess you're right. I hadn't thought of that. up north pasture.
Can I go now and show him how well I can ride?
Not now. Too much daylight, underpants. Go now.
Sheriff! He showed up, Sheriff. He's behind the ranch now.
Ride hard on till I get there, but be careful, though. He's a dead shot.
You're sure giving that boy some big ideas. This morning, he told me he's aiming to be just like you. What is it?
Somebody's over there in those trees. Cover me, I'll see who it is. Listen to me, Jim Baker.
You're Gene Autry?
I'd have told you before if you hadn't been so anxious to fight.
Well, I thought you were the law.
Get up.
I owe you something for what you've done for my boy. I came to see him.
You don't owe me anything, but you owe Eddie a lot. All he does is talk about what a great guy his dad is.
Oh, quit it.
How'd you get into this mess anyway?
Everything went wrong. I lost the ranch, stole to eat, got sent up. When I came out, I couldn't find work. I kept hoping I'd get a break so that I could send for Eddie and my wife.
Your wife?
What's the matter with her? What's wrong?
She's dead.
She's dead?
Who's that? Sheriff! Gene, beat it! The cops! The bull! Beat it! Gene! Scram!
So it was a trap.
Now, wait a minute, Jim.
You hold still or I'll blow you apart.
Find anybody?
He must be here. Now, don't tell me that outlaw ain't here.
We now see him.
But we saw him come in.
No.
Criminy, he took a powder.
Eddie. Go back, Eddie. Eddie, go back.
He's shooting at us. Get me out of here.
Eddie! There he is.
Gene, I got the outlaw cornered back there. Throwing lead all over the place.
Well, that's fine, Eddie. You get on back to the ranch.
Go back! You can't do that to me.
What's the matter? I thought I told you not to see the kid. I clouded my trail. We can't take any chances. Not anymore. Not with you.
Listen. A posse.
Take the horses up in the hills. Hide in the rocks. Hold your fire until they're all into the yard.
It's too quiet around here. I think I better do some scouting around. Sheriff. They must have lit out, but they couldn't have gone very far.
Eddie, look out, Eddie!
Take cover!
Stay here and keep your head down.
All right, Gene, we'll take it from here. All right, Watterson, on your feet.
He's all right, ain't he?
Yeah, he just got plugged in the shoulder.
What's he doing here with all these crooks?
Maybe this will explain.
A G-Man! Pop, you got them all!
He did us a big favor, Eddie. Without him, we wouldn't have had a chance.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised if he was around in no time.
All right, everybody, hold it now. Thank you.
Can we use your pickup to get Jim into town?
Sure, go ahead. I want a picture of Gene down here.
Oh, all right. Mr. Autry. Oh, Mr. Autry, may we please have a picture of you?
I haven't got my guitar.
Well, you've got your horse. Hold it. Oh, for Pete's sake, Mr. Autry, sing.
I'm back in the saddle again. out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jimson weed. I'm back in the saddle again. Whoopee-tie-I, oh, rocking to and fro, back in the saddle again. Whoopee-tie-I, I go my way, back in the saddle again.
Be sure to see Gene Autry and Champion in their latest feature-length picture at your local theater.
Hello, folks. Say, I've got a swell story I want to tell you today. Champ and I are ready for action. Be honest with me, dear. Whatever you do, remember you're mine, dear, so always be true. Wherever you wander, on land or on sea, if you really love me, be honest with me. Someday I'll return, dear, and make you my own. And how I will yearn, dear, when I'm all alone. I'll never forget, dear, your sweet memory. If you really love me, be honest with me. My poor heart would break, dear, if you were untrue. Asleep or awake, dear, I dream about you. Oh, you are my darling, you're all that I see. If you really love me, be honest with me.
Well, there ain't nothing like music to pass the time away, but this peaceful Mesa sure is a long ways from Texas. We've been riding a week now. I hope it ain't much further.
Peaceful Mesa should be right up there, just a few more miles.
You know, Gene, looks to me like if you wanted to visit an old friend, you could have found somebody closer to home.
You're seeing the country, Pat. Why, a man might get that cramped-up feeling spending all of his time in a little old place like Texas.
Yeah, what do you mean a cramped-up feeling? In Texas? Why, Gene, I hate to hear you talk like that. You know Texas is the biggest, rootinest, tootinest place. Whose side are we on?
I don't know. We'll have to find out which side is right and which side's wrong. When somebody's shooting, you can't stay in the middle.
Well, what do we do? Just ride up and ask them?
No, you go around that way and see what you can find out, and I'll go around this way.
Okay.
I got one of them that time.
Yeah, and it looked to me like you got the right one, too, son.
Hey, look, Joe.
Whoever he is, we'd better discourage him.
That number don't know what's good for it.
Just the same, we'd better get out of here. I can't afford to be recognized.
A mask. Looks like we picked the bad actors in this scrap, champ. Let's get them.
You all right?
I guess so. Thanks to you.
Oh, it wasn't much. And it gave me an excuse to stay out of trouble.
Who were those men?
That's what I hoped you'd tell me. Thought maybe there was a range war going on around here. They were in a gunfight with somebody else.
Somebody else. My father and his partner are out on this range. It might be them.
I think I can show you where they were.
Oh, please.
Mac. Mac. He's gone. Whoever those murderers are, I won't rest until I get them. You heard what he said, didn't you, stranger?
Sure, every word of it. He left you his share of the ranch. He didn't want somebody in his family to have it.
Yeah, well, I'll need you for a witness. Hey, how'd you happen to come along just when you did?
Well, me and Gene Autry heard the shooting.
Gene Autry?
That's me. Why, it's Mac Forbes.
Yeah, and if you're Autry, you were a friend of his. He used to talk about you. I'm Tom Lawton.
Glad to know you. I was just on my way to visit Mac. Your daughter told me about you and he being partners.
Mr. Autry almost caught the man who did the shooting, Dad, but he stopped because I had trouble with the team.
Mac have any enemies that you know of?
Well, no, not that I know of. Him and me and Barker over there was just riding along. Suddenly somebody started throwing lead from over on them rocks. We ducked and fought back.
Forbes made a will, Gene, leaving his ranch to Lawton. I heard it. Guess he didn't like none of his folks. He didn't want them to have it.
Well, Mac never talked much, but I think there was some kind of a skeleton in his family closet.
I had that feeling, too.
I'm going to take Mac back to the ranch, Autry. Since you were his friend, Ann and I'd be proud to have you stay with us.
Well, thank you.
You're spilling it.
Oh, excuse me. My name's Pat Buttrell.
I'm very glad to know you.
Me, too.
I'm just hoping that Jasper that butted in wasn't a Texas Ranger.
What would the Texas Ranger be doing in this territory?
Nothing, only looking for us on a slight charge of murder.
Forget it. They wouldn't follow us this far.
There wasn't much love lost between you and your uncle, was there?
My uncle. Always bawling me out ever since I was a kid. Telling me I was no good. He asked for what he got. I want that ranch. I'm his next of kin, and I'll get it.
That's easier said than done.
What's so hard about it? One of these days, I'll turn up and say I heard my uncle was dead. Who's going to tie me up with what happened to him?
Those others headed for town. Should I go in and keep an eye on them?
You stay right here. If anyone spotted you, we'd both be done for. Pete, you go in.
I ain't a lawyer, Tom. I couldn't tell you if a spoken will like you say Forbes made is legal or not.
Well, it's got to be. Barker here and Gene's friend heard Mac will his share to me before he died.
Well, to make sure, I think you ought to check with the Territory District Office.
Good long ride, but I guess you're right, Gene.
You bring me the word on the law, and I'll enforce it, Tom.
Now, it ain't that I want to hog the ranch for myself. But Mac must have had some reason for not wanting somebody else to get his share.
That'd be my judgment.
Hey, Gene, I won't get back from Santa Marta until tomorrow. Would you look after the ranch and Ann?
Sure. Pat and I'll be right on the job.
Good. Come on, Barker.
Of course, the killing could have been just a try at a holdup.
Could have, but I don't think so. Well, I guess I better find Pat. Hey, what have you got there?
Oh, it's a present for Ann.
Present? You know you've got all the earmarks of a lovesick cat.
Oh, shucks, Gene. I just think she's a nice girl. Besides, did you ever see anything prettier? Them eyes, them lips, them nose. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I do. Well, let's go out there and see how she likes her present. What is it, a beehive?
Beehive nothing. Just wait till you see.
Your uncle made a spoken will. He left the ranch to Lawton.
If it's not on paper, it's not a will.
Lawton is on his way to Santa Marta now to find out if it holds water. He's got witnesses, too. One of them is with him.
There's just a chance it could be legal. But if one of the witnesses can't talk, and maybe Lawton had an accident...
You'd have a ranch.
Let's get going. Dick, you stay here.
Hello, Ann.
Hello, Gene.
Your father had to go to Santa Marta. He'll be back tomorrow.
Well, I expected he'd have to go there. What in the world is that, Pat?
Oh, it's a present I got, specially for you.
A present for me?
Don't you like it? Don't you think it's pretty?
Of course I do, Pat. It's perfectly lovely.
Oh, gee, I can't wait to see you wearing that with your Sunday dress when we go to church together. Just you and me.
Well, it's not especially for the ranch.
Oh, shucks, it don't look so good after all.
Oh, Pat, it's just the clothes. Wait a minute.
Say, Gene, I got an idea. If you would sing her one of them songs, you know, real soft, about love and everything, or maybe she'd get the hint about how I feel about her.
Oh, not here.
Oh, please, come on, just for me.
All right, anything you say, Pat.
Okay.
I'm beginning to care for the wave in your hair, and there's something about your smile. I'm beginning to care for the clothes you wear, and your eyes have a twinkle worthwhile. I'm beginning to care for the things you do. I'm seeing that something I looked for in you. I'm beginning to see you everywhere. I guess I'm beginning to care.
That was very nice, Gene.
It was Pat's idea.
I thought maybe it'd get you in the mood.
The mood for what?
Oh, shucks, I can't say it.
Now how does the hat look?
Golly. Now, you see what that hat does for that dress?
Yeah, I can see. I didn't think it was possible.
Well, just like Cinderella, I'm going back and getting my work clothes.
Just think, she went and spruced up and put on that fancy dress just specially for me.
What happened?
Where's Dad?
They jumped us in wagon wheel pass.
Who? Who jumped you?
I don't know. They got Lawton and me.
Where is he?
They got him pinned down in the pass. He was still shooting. Told me to ride for help.
Where's Wagon Wheel Pass?
I'll have to show you.
Take care of him, Pat.
Might hit Pete.
Oh, Gene.
Twisted his gun around and shot himself.
That cowboy's been asking for trouble ever since he got here. Now he's going to get it. Come on.
Come with me, Ann.
Dad.
Where'd they get you, Tom?
It must have been the fall, Gene. He's not wounded.
Say, folks, I chased them Ranny hands clean over the hill.
Quiet, Pat. You're right, Ann. He must have hurt himself in the fall. Go back to the ranch and get a wagon, will you, Pat?
Sure, Gene.
My guess the fall paralyzed him. But he'll be all right, Ann. I know he will.
Oh, Gene.
Will I pass for a traveling cattle buyer?
Never seen a better imitation.
Too bad you can't be along and see how sad I'm going to be about poor old Uncle Mac. Sit tight now.
All ready, Gene. There. Is that comfortable, Dad? I can't believe he understands anything, Gene.
I'll string along with what the doc said, Ann. Your father understands all right. He just can't move or talk.
Hey, I've been thinking. The doc said some kind of a shock might snap him out of it. So why don't we, shock him?
Oh, Pat Buttram, you get any ideas like that right out of your head.
That's right. Don't you start practicing medicine around here.
Well, gosh, I was just thinking of a fellow back home. He was like this. Then he seen something he didn't like. It was his mother-in-law. Snapped him right out of it.
Howdy.
Hello.
My name is Jeff Forbes.
Forbes?
Yes. Mac Forbes is my uncle. May I step down?
Oh, of course. I should have asked you to right away. I'm Ann Lawton, Mr. Forbes. This is Pat Buttram and Gene Autry.
Glad to know you, Forbes.
Same here. I was in Santa Marta passing through when I heard what happened to my uncle. I'm a cattle buyer, though. I'm sorry about your father, too, Miss Lawton.
I suppose you're interested in finding out what'll happen to the ranch.
I am, and still I'm not. I have my own business. Naturally, when a close relative dies, the family wants to know something about things.
Hear about your uncle leaving the ranch to Lawton?
There was some talk about it.
It's true. I can prove it. I was a witness.
Is that so?
Yeah. The other witness died, but I guess any judge would take my word for it.
No reason why he shouldn't.
Of course, you can always put in a claim for next of kin.
I don't know as I'd want to do that. As long as my uncle said who he wanted to leave his ranch to.
Well, I'd say you're being mighty fair about this, Forbes.
Dad!
Looked as if he was aiming that gun at me.
I don't think so. He hasn't been right since that accident. Besides, he would have no reason.
I'm not so sure about that. What's got into you, Gene? Dad wouldn't try a thing like that unless he had a reason.
What reason?
Well, he's been shot twice. How do we know this man didn't do it?
But Forbes just got here.
Yes. He just happened to drop by after his uncle was killed and my father was hurt.
Listen, Miss Lawton, I don't blame you for getting excited. But as Autry says, I never saw your father before.
We'll see whether you did or didn't. You're going to stay here till my father gets conscious.
You can't do this, Ann. You better get going, Forbes.
It looks like it.
You mean you're going to let him get away?
Go on.
I'm beginning to think you came here to help him.
Hey, Gene, Ann, come here. The shock worked.
Oh, Dad, can you hear me?
That
Can
man, he's the one that shot Parker.
There. Now what have you got to say?
I know it, Ann, but I've got a job to do. Stay here with him, Pat. I'll bring back Mr. Forbes and a friend of his.
Friend?
I think better go to town. Get the marshal.
Pat, will you?
Gee, Ann, I better stick with Gene. I'll go after him. He always needs me when he's in trouble.
We've got trouble coming up. The old man recognized me, and Autry tried to soft-soap me. But I think he's onto something.
Hey, Pat!
Over there. There's Autry, Jeff.
And Pat, too. You can pick him off, can't you, Tucson?
Sure.
Good. I'm going back to the ranch and get Lawton for sure this time.
Gene, you've got Ann and her paw and me worried.
Get under cover. I'll draw their fire so we can spot them. All right, Tucson. This is the end of the road. We want you back in Texas.
Ranger.
That's right. I figured you and Forbes might head for his uncle's ranch.
You want Jeff Forbes more than you do me.
I want you both. Take that rope off.
Go easy on me and I'll tell you where he is.
Where he is? Meaning he isn't here. Well, I have a good idea where he's headed.
They nicked me in the head a little, Gene, but I'm all right.
That's great. Bring this one in. I'll meet you at the ranch.
I feel a lot better.
I'm glad of that. And I'd sure feel a lot better if I knew why Gene let that Forbes get away. That's Jeff Forbes, Dad. That's the horse he was riding.
Oh.
You can't do anything now, Dad. You just got to get into the house.
better get him a towel, Ann. His friend will be right along.
I'll always keep this to remember you by, Pat.
It don't look like it used to.
Maybe you can get a better one in Texas, Pat, after we get these renegades locked up.
We can't thank you enough, Gene. But why'd you let Forbes get away that first time?
Easy. I knew he'd lead me to Tucson. And my orders were to bring them both in alive.
You think of everything, don't you?
I'm even thinking of coming back here someday.
Me too.
Well, we'll be here.
So long.
Bye.
Be sure to see Gene Autry and Champion in their latest feature-length picture at your local theater.
Hello, folks. Say, I've got a swell story I want to tell you today. Champ and I are ready for action.
What are you building, Gene? A new room on your house?
Fixing the hay barn. The darn thing almost blew down during that last norther.
And so?
How much we owe you?
There it is, right there.
Stay with it, Tiny. Don't let it throw you.
Ding, dang, dead blasted finger.
It's one of you, Bert Hodge.
What can I do for you?
You told me in town you might be interested in buying a passel of horses. Bought them from a bankrupt rodeo.
Stay down there, you son of a gun. I'll beat your ears out.
Fury, top bucking horse of the rodeo. And I'll sell him to you for the purchase price, just to get shed of him.
Who wants a horse that's yearning to trump you?
I'll take him.
You crazy, Gene? You trying to get an invite to Kingdom Come?
You can write up the bill of sale in the office.
There. Try wrestling with that for a while. Now, Jeff, put those other nags in the corral. Twice you've tried that trick. This is the last time.
Quit hitting me, Nut. Quit it. Out of this. You young... 3 times have I told you Deeper knows where it belongs.
I'll get up and take on somebody your size.
Attaboy, Gene. Come on. Kid. You leave my brother alone. Yeah, boy. Nice. Hurt him there. Yep. Go on now. That's it. Come on, Gene. tell you. Sure done a good job, Gene.
That is all right, Gene. Help me blindfold that horse.
Here, Gene, use it.
Nat, are you all right?
Sure call plenty attention to yourself. Crazy fool, you want to mess up our plans?
You know me, always impulsive. Oh, that strawberry roan. Oh, they Oh, that strawberry roan. Oh, they
That's not the way it goes.
Well, sure it is. Strawberry roan.
No. You're going up. You should go down.
Doggone, Gene, you go up.
Look, you can't carry a tune in a wastebasket.
Well, I'll play it for you then. Now then, by George, I'll show you I know what I'm singing.
I'll tell you a story, a good one I own, of a bucking old cayuse, a strawberry roan. I was hanging around town, just spending my time, out of a job and not making a dime, when a stranger steps up and he says, I suppose you're a bronc rider from the looks of your clothes. I said, guess you're right, there's none I can't tame. If it's riding wild ponies, that's my middle name. Oh, that strawberry roan. Oh, that strawberry roan. He says he's a cayuse that's never been rode. The guy that gets on him is bound to be throwed off of this strawberry roan. So I gets all hepped up and I ask what he pays if I ride this old pony a couple of days. He offers a 10 spot. I said, I'm your man, for the bronc never lived that I couldn't fan. So he says, come on, bud, I'll give you a chance. In the buckboard we hop and we rides to the ranch. Until morning we stayed, then right after Chuck, we go out to see if this outlaw could buck. Oh, that strawberry roan. Oh, that strawberry roan. I'll break him to saddle or break my own dome. I'll ride him until he lays down with a groan. I'll ride that strawberry roan.
Just like I told you. La da 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 dee. Just goes to show you, music has charms to soothe the savage beast. He ain't no strawberry roan, but he sure was a bad horse.
There's no such thing as a bad horse. Any more than there's a bad boy. There's just a bad way of handling them.
Well, that's what I mean. What I meant is... Oh, who asked your opinion?
What's happened? What's all the shooting about?
Shut up and get moving. Hi, Gene. Where you been? I was about to send up some smoke signals for you.
In town. You got any money in the Pioneer Bank?
Sure, my life savings. 2 months' wages.
You're broke. 3 hombres just robbed it of $30,000.
Yeah? I got news for you, too. Fury's gone.
What? With that drag log tied to him?
Chewed the rope half in two, took off for the Rio Grande.
Well, get saddled, we'll go after him.
Okay.
Anything in the paper about us, Sam?
Why should there be?
I thought they always suspected strangers.
Look, we were in town on legitimate business, selling horses, and we can prove it.
It's a wonderful idea of yours, Sam. My share of the take ought to add up to about a 6-month hangover.
Hey, Jeff's gone.
Gone?
He took his horse and bedroll and lit out.
So what? Let him go.
And have him shoot off his mouth at the first person he meets?
Don't worry. The kid was brought up right. He won't sing on his own brother.
I ain't interested in taking chances. Go after him, man, and be sure you get him.
No, you don't. I'll get him myself.
Let's have a look at this leg. Sprained. And through a shoe. Oh, just my luck. Well, you won't be able to put any weight on that for a month of Sundays. Well, make yourself comfortable. There's plenty of water and grazing over the hill. I'll be back as soon as I can.
There he is.
Them's bullets. Who's shooting at us?
I don't know. You owe anybody any money?
Not me. Maybe it's them bank robbers.
I'll entertain them while I'm gone. Weren't you with Sam Blake?
You won't get me.
Here, come here.
Stand still, doggone you. Stand still.
What are you trying to do here?
Stand still, doggone you. Stand still.
You're just like Fury, wearing yourself out.
All right, there, now reach. Hey, Gene, ain't that the same kid?
Yeah. What was the idea of shooting at us?
I thought you were somebody else.
Sam Blake, for instance? Which way you drifting?
Any place. No place. I was just traveling.
How would you like to work for me?
For you?
Yeah, you lost Fury for us. I thought maybe you'd like to help get him back.
Gee, Mr. Autry. Sure, I'll be glad to.
Watch out, Jeff! Whoa.
It's all right. He knows me. I used to feed him. Didn't I, fella? He ain't really mean. He's just had a raw deal and he's scared.
Tell you what I'll do. If you can gentle that horse, you can have him.
Oh, I can gentle him easy. We kind of understand each other.
Come and get it before it ain't fit for the hogs.
I'm so hungry, my stomach's about to beat me at the table.
Me too. I could eat a horse.
No, you won't eat till you wash your face and hands. And comb your hair. Stand right on end. Now get over there.
Still think you'll have that pair of socks ready by Christmas?
I'll win that bet or bust.
Watch out there. You're about to drop your rope. Better tie it off. Put a double hitch on it.
Dang blast you, Gene. You made me drop a stitch.
I told you the kid would break him.
So could I. A certain person I know snuck out with a certain horse every night.
You breathe a word of that, and I'll nail your hide to the barn door. The kid's got to think he did that himself.
I ain't seen nothing, I ain't heard nothing, and my big mouth's shut.
Well, keep it that way. Everything ready?
Sure.
Hey, Jeff, got something I want to show you.
Okay. Well, how do you think he's coming, Gene?
Fine. I could hardly believe my own eyes.
He didn't even buck when I put the saddle on. Just stood there and let me climb aboard.
Got a little present for you, Jeff.
Got 'em at the best store in town.
You can't do this. You can't treat me like I was one of you. I shouldn't have come here in the first place. I should have just gone off and died.
Now, wait a minute. What's the trouble?
I'm on the dodge. But I didn't do it. I didn't even know they was going to rob the...
Jeff, where's Sam Blake?
I don't know.
Now, look, Jeff. Shielding an innocent man's one thing, but shielding an outlaw's another. It means letting him go from robbery to murder, and from killing to being killed. Where they hanging out?
I don't know. Quit pestering me, will you? I told you I don't know.
Hey, Jeff.
Then it was Sam Blake's gang that robbed the bank and got my wages. The kid as good as said so.
Yeah. I better have a talk with the sheriff.
Fancy meeting you here.
Nat. Get in here quick before somebody spots you.
What'd you tell him?
Nothing. I didn't tell him nothing.
Sam wants to see you. Sent me for you personal.
I don't care. I won't go.
Now, is that any way to act? After all I've done for you.
I got a good job here, and they treat me right.
That's all right with me, kid. But you know how unreasonable Sam is. You wouldn't want to do anything to get your own brother into trouble, now would you?
I won't get mixed up in no crooked business.
I think you will. You coming along with me, peaceful? Where's your horse?
I'll get him.
We'll both get him. Hey, Gene! Gene! The kid's hit the trail and taken Fury with him.
Why, the silly little fool.
10 to 1 he's gone to warn his brother.
If he has, he'll leave a trail wide open for us to follow.
Hey, wait for me.
down, kid. Get down.
So you found him, huh?
Which was more than I did.
Well, if it ain't Fury with the saddle on. Shouldn't have run out on us, kid.
Did he spill anything? He says he hasn't.
Oh, we'll soon find out.
Go home, Fury. Go home.
Hey, you, stop him.
No.
Well, just don't stay in there. Go after him. If that horse gets back with an empty saddle, and we'll have both Autry and the sheriff after us. What do you want?
I'm looking for Jeff Ellis. It seems like I found him.
I've got something to say about that.
Now, wait a minute. If that's the way you feel about it, you can keep the kid. All I want's a horse that he took when he lit out.
I'll keep that, too.
Bit one, pearl two. Bit one, pearl two. Come on, get him down.
You didn't have to wait so long.
Who hit you? Nat. Fury. Fury, don't let him get Fury.
Where is he?
I sent him home, to you.
Why didn't you throw a rope on him? Can't get a rope on him if I can't get near him.
Let's head him out in the open.
No use. I'll get him. What happened?
Behind those rocks.
What are you doing here?
Nat. Look out! Fury!
All right, get on your feet.
Brothers and sisters, here's the lowdown. When it comes time to have a showdown, there's nothing like a good old-fashioned hoedown to chase your blues away. When Lady Luck gives you the throwdown and old man Worry starts to mow down, there's nothing like a good old-fashioned hoedown to brighten up your day. Grab your partner, swing her around and circle on your heel. 1, 2, 3, 4, grease your knee for a real Virginia reel. Get ready now to put your toe down. And once you've started, don't you slow down. There's nothing like a good old-fashioned hoedown to chase your blues away.
Be sure to see Gene Autry and Champion in their latest feature-length picture at your local theater.
Hello, folks. Say, I've got a swell story I want to tell you today. Champ and I are ready for action.
What's the matter?
Oh, I just thought of something. I'm Tom's deputy, and he's dead, and I guess that makes me sheriff now.
It does as far as I'm concerned. Same here. Goodness knows I don't want the job. Not with the gray dude around.
Oh. Not afraid of him, are you?
No, I just kind of feel woozy. Must be this hot weather or something I ate. Come on, wipe that smile off your face, you unfeeling varmints. Can't you see Sheriff Becker's dead? Come on, boys, take care of him. I've got to talk to this hombre here. You look like an important witness to this case. Come on in my office. It's hot in here, ain't it?
Sure is.
You a stranger in these parts?
Uh-huh.
My name is Wills. Chill Wills.
That's a nice name.
What in tarnation ails you, and why you keep staring at them reward posters? You figure you know some of them varmints?
I know Blackie Sanderson, but he wouldn't any more think of wearing a soup strainer like that than Jake Evans would be caught dead looking this way.
I got something to tell you. I got a bad feeling. I can't get around one of these pictures like this that I don't draw a mustache with some whiskers on it. Sheriff didn't like me doing it. He said I changed the looks of these crooks so much that he wouldn't be able to identify them if they come in the office here and introduced themselves. How come you know all these outlaws?
Wanted men's my business.
You a lawman? Jumping Jupiter, a United States Marshal. Hey, I'm glad to know you, mister.
Autry. Gene Autry.
Autry. Yeah. Are you after the gray dude?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I thought that the government didn't butt into local law enforcement.
They don't. But I want him for a personal reason. This morning, those gunmen of his that just held up your bank killed one of my best friends, Jim Parks.
Jim Parks? Gosh, he was a friend of mine, too.
Well, why don't we track him down together?
Hey, that might not be a bad idea. But I gotta warn you, young fella. I'm the law in this county. And I got my own ideas how to solve crimes and track down killers, and I don't cotton up to anybody interfering with any of them ideas.
I won't interfere.
Then we got a deal?
It's a deal.
Come on, let's go.
Where?
Well, after them polecats, of course. Come on, let's go.
Where?
Why, there's a half a dozen places they might be.
Well, let's try Cactus County. Jim wrote me that he thought they were hanging out over there.
Ain't it amazing? That's precisely what I was going to suggest. Well, that does it.
What's the matter?
County line.
So what?
Well, Sheriff Davis wouldn't like me crossing over into Cactus County on official business.
Sheriff Davis?
Yeah, he's the sheriff of Cactus County.
Oh, I see. Well, he surely wouldn't object to a lawman from an adjoining county crossing the line on official business.
Yes, he would. A couple of weeks ago, that Gray Dude gang held up the Silver City Company Express office. And me and Tom rounded up a posse and started chasing them. We chased them over into Cactus County, and we had them almost surrounded when Sheriff Davis rode up and invited us practically at gunpoint to mosey back to our own corrals. He said he and his boys was fully capable of taking care of any and all outlaws coming into his county.
Well, he certainly can't object to me calling on him officially. And if I ask you to show me the way...
Now, ain't that amazing? That's precisely what I was going to suggest.
Howdy, Sheriff. Why, Chill Wills. What are you doing in Cactus County?
Just dropped in to say hello and tell you we're tracking down some outlaws that killed Jim Parks and Sheriff Becker this morning.
I told you I'd handle any manhunts in Cactus County.
How you gonna get news about these killings unless somebody tells you? Maybe I should have writ you a letter.
Funny. Very funny.
Not half as funny as your uncooperative attitude, Sheriff.
Who are you?
His name is Gene Autry, and he's a government marshal.
Got any credentials?
I think this will satisfy you.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, Marshal. Is this an official visit?
I won't do Devlin and his gang.
What makes you think they're in this neck of the woods?
A hunch?
Well, that's not very much to go on.
It's enough for me. Of course, if you're too busy, I'll form a posse and go out after him myself.
Oh, that won't be necessary. I'll be only too glad to cooperate. And believe me, if Dude Devlin and his gang are holed up in Cactus County, I'll smoke them out.
Well, that's fine. Well, Sheriff, what do you say let's grab a bite to eat before we go back to Silver City?
Marshal, that's precisely what I was going to suggest.
See you later, Sheriff.
Right.
What the devil brings you up here in broad daylight?
Bad news. I just had a call from a government marshal, an hombre by the name of Gene Autry. He wants you pretty bad, dude. He said if I didn't pick you up, he would.
So?
So I think you better light out pronto.
Nothing doing. I've got a perfect setup here, and I'm not...
But, dude, I can't keep Autry out of this county the way I did Becker. He's a government marshal, and he can go anywhere he wants. And if he finds out that you and I are brothers...
Don't worry, he won't. Where is he now?
Down at the junction. He's got Wills with him. They're leaving for Silver City right after lunch.
It's too bad they'll never get there. All right, boy.
You better get moving, too, before Autry starts wondering where you've gone.
He already knows. I'm rounding up a posse to bring you in.
We don't get a chance to bag a U.S. Marshal every day, boys, so don't miss.
Not a chance.
From this valley they say you are going. I will miss your bright eyes and sweet smile, for they say you are taking the sunshine that has brightened our pathway the while. Do you think of the valley you're leaving? Oh, how lonely and dreary it will be. Do you think of the fond heart you're breaking, and the sadness you cast over me? Come and sit by my side if you love me. Do not hasten to bid me adieu, but remember the Red River Valley and the one who has loved you so true.
It's them.
Get out. You want to spot us?
Jump in Jupiter, Gene. If you can track down Owl Hoots half as good as you can sing, we ought to have that dude Devlin in jail before you know it.
Thanks.
Come on back here, you fool.
What's that?
Somebody's up in those rocks.
Well, it seems kind of... It's a bushwhacker. Let's get out of here.
Why, Sheriff, you're not scared.
No, I'm just scared I might get scared, and I don't want to be dry gulch.
Neither do I.
Well, what are we going to do?
Beat that bird to the punch.
I don't savvy.
You will. Okay, champ. Play lame. Looks like Autry's horse picked up a stone. That's enough, champ.
What good is that going to do?
I hope it convinces that bushwhacker champ picked up a stone.
What good will that do?
Stop asking so many questions and fall out of that saddle.
Oh. What do we do now?
Get your horse over here close to champ and wait for me.
All right.
It's sure taken Autry a long time to get that stone out of his horse's hoof.
If you'd have listened to me and brought that rifle along, we wouldn't have had to wait till I got closer.
Yeah.
You're right.
Let's do it, tough luck.
Reach, you varmint. What do you think I'm doing?
The other one got away.
Well, you can't expect to hit the bullseye every time, Marshal. I'm glad I got this one, though.
How do you get that way? You didn't do anything. It was Autry here.
How do you know my name?
I recognize you.
It's funny, I never saw you before.
Neither did I. What's your name, boy?
I've seen you, though, down in San Antonio.
What's your name?
When?
I don't remember.
What's your name?
You say something, Sheriff?
Oh, doggone it. What's your name, boy?
None of your business.
You won't be so smart-aleck the time I get you in my jail and work you over a couple of times.
You can't put him in jail, Sheriff.
Why not?
Because we're still in Cactus County. You'll have to turn him over to Sheriff Davis.
Oh, doggone it. I go out and nab myself an outlaw, and that Sheriff Davis gets all the credit for it.
That's tough luck.
Let's take a look at his leg and get him back to Cactus Junction before his pal doubles back with reinforcements.
Ain't that amazing? That's precisely what I was going to suggest.
But I can't keep him locked up for more than 24 hours on just your say-so. I've got to have some evidence.
I'll furnish it in plenty of time. If you don't want to lock him up, Sheriff Wells will be glad to hold him for me.
No, I'll do it if you'll swear out a warrant.
I'll be glad to.
Now, let's see. Charges, attempted dry gulching.
And a pair of murders.
What?
I said 2 murders. The Jim Parks killing.
Who's Jim Parks?
He was a friend of mine.
That don't prove I killed him.
You might not have fired the shot, but you were there. I recognized your voice.
You're loco. I haven't set foot in Silver County today.
You know, that's strange. You didn't know Jim Parks, yet you knew he lived in Silver County. How come?
Maybe I guessed.
All right, sign it here. Come on.
And I'll go along with you just to see that you turn that key in that cell door.
Why, you would be sheriff.
Now, just a minute.
Talk that way to me.
Go ahead with your prisoner. We'll wait here.
Marshal, I told you I didn't want nobody fooling around with my ideas.
I thought you wanted to give Davis a lot of rope, in case he is in cahoots with the Devlin gang.
Huh?
Shh, quiet.
Are you sure he's in cahoots with them?
It'd explain a lot of things.
Yes, sir. It sure would.
Quiet.
Where are you going?
Quiet.
You wouldn't let me go in there and see if he's locked up. Shh. What's the matter with you? You're acting awful peculiar-like around here anyway.
Oh, shut up. Everything all set, Davis?
All locked up tight. Anything else on your mind, Marshal?
Oh, I reckon not. Well, let's mosey along, Chill. I'll be back first thing in the morning with the evidence.
I'll be here.
When you ought to be out with a posse looking for that gray dude.
Mind your own business, Wills.
Don't you talk to me that...
The sheriff may have a point there, Davis.
It's about time you got here. I may have slept in worse bunks, but I don't know when.
Keep your voice down. My night deputy's still on duty.
Deputy?
Don't get excited. He's asleep in my office. Dude and the boys will be here at 6 sharp, so I better get back and set up my alibi.
Gosh, I'm tired. Sitting out here all night long ain't no idea, no fun.
Mine either. But it's the only way we can keep an eye on the jail and Sheriff Davis.
How you know we ain't barking up a wrong tree? Maybe he in cahoots with Devlin at all.
No. Look over there. Jailbreak, all right.
Well, that still don't prove he's in cahoots with Devlin.
Maybe not. But I got a hunch we'll prove it mighty soon.
All right, get out your knife and work on that door jamb. You know, make it look good. All right. Shut up and quit worrying. You can tell him it happened like this. You can tell him I shot at you, too.
Now take that. And that.
All right, move.
Get him up.
Up with him, Devlin.
Get out of my way.
Chief, for a minute, I thought she was on Autry's side.
That's what I wanted him to think. Get going. Take it easy, Marshal. It's too far for you to...
That's what you call a salty dog type of a mustache. Why don't you simmer down, Sheriff, before you wear all the nap off of this carpet?
I can't. I'm too blasted nervous. Where do you suppose Autry is?
If I know where he was, I wouldn't be sitting here doodling.
No luck, Marshal?
I wouldn't say that.
You found the hideout?
Couldn't storm it alone. I had to come back for a posse.
I'll get the boys together pronto.
Don't tell me they're back there in the jail.
I'm so blasted nervous, I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh? Well, come on, Sheriff. Let's go. Hey. Holy smoke. No wonder Davis is protecting Devlin.
Huh?
Why, that picture of the gray dude is a dead ringer for Davis.
Jumping Jupiter. I knowed I'd find a hookup between them. They must be brothers.
Probably.
Where are we going?
Trail Davis.
Precisely.
What you was going to suggest.
Yeah. Ain't he going to get a posse?
Not if you believe my story about spotting the dude's hideout.
Wait a minute, I'll get my horse.
Yeah, get a posse together, too.
Where'll I bring them?
First road to the left after you top the hill.
Precisely what I was going to suggest. Hey, fellas, come on. I need you for a posse.
Are you sure Autry's wise at this hangout? Dead sure. He'd be here any moment with a posse. For Pete's sake, dude, get moving.
Too late now, look.
Hold it. Don't shoot. I'll give up. See if there's any more of them.
Sheriff, I've waited a long time for this. Here's another guest for our jail, boys. Got 'em all tied up, boys? Well, then, take 'em away. Jumping Jupiter, Autry. I've been sheriff for 2 days, and I've already rounded up the gray dude and his whole gang.
Yes, sir, Chill. You're sure a smart lawman.
Ain't that amazing? That's precisely what I was going to say.
Be sure to see Gene Autry and Champion in their latest feature-length picture at your local theater.
Hello, folks. Say, I've got a swell story I want to tell you today. Champ and I are ready for action. As big as Texas, and it's filled with love for you. I looked around all over Texas till I found someone so true. It always seemed the same as any other, but when you came along it grew and grew. I've got a heart as big as Texas, and it's filled with love for you.
Reach, stranger. Keep 'em up.
Well, that's a nice-looking horse you got there.
You don't come any better.
I'm glad to hear that. Mine's plumb wore out, and I got a long ways to travel.
You know, they still hang horse thieves in these parts.
If they catch him. Turn around.
What'd you do with him, Champ? Well, anyway, like I said, they don't come any better. Think you can find him, boy? Wanted for murder while impersonating an officer. $1,000 reward. Dave Anders. Must have broke his neck in the fall. Everything's set at Pronghorn Gap. Just don't forget your badge. H.
Rain. Yeah, oh, yeah. No rain. Yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Now, wait a minute, stranger. I ain't no hand to be laughed at.
Well, I wouldn't think of laughing. That was just like a real Navajo Indian rain dance.
Hey, you got plenty savvy, ain't you? That's what it was. You see, I'm a professional rainmaker by trade.
I take it you're having a dry spell around here.
Dry? So dry around here you can't even raise potatoes.
You could if you'd plant onions between the rows.
Now, wait a minute. I know every rain-making trick in the books, but I never heard of that. And how does it work?
Well, it's very simple. Potatoes have eyes. You plant onions between the rows. The onions grow up. The eyes of the potatoes start crying. You got all the water you need.
Wait a minute. Onions. You're kidding me.
It's worth trying. I guess I come to the wrong country. I'm looking for a ranch to buy.
Well, you can get any of these ranches around here you want, dirt cheap. And that's what you'll end up getting, is cheap dirt. They ain't only got a drought around here. There's a gang around.
Sounds like somebody's playing rough.
That's what I started telling you about. There's a gang of outlaws around here. It's been raiding ranches and killing people.
Well, for luck.
Well, wait a minute. I'll be with you.
I'll be all right.
Just a minute, Sam. What for?
All right, boy.
I've got to stop you.
Try it.
This is no place for you.
What'd you do that for? How do I know you're not one of them? Put your hands up.
My name's Gene Autry. I did it because I don't like to see a lady being shot at.
You were helping them.
No, ma'am. If I was one of them, I'd be hightailing it like they are. And wearing a handkerchief over my face besides.
But if you hadn't have interfered, I might have gotten one of them.
To say nothing of one of them getting you. Now can I put my hands down?
Well, I suppose so. I have to be getting back to the ranch. They wounded my brother.
I'll pick up your horse.
Sure, I'm sure. Everybody's sure. Only you can't prove it. But it's that banker.
Thanks, Chill. He seems to be all right. It could only be Mr. Hubbard. The range is burning up and this gang is killing people and forcing them out, and still he buys options on all the ranches.
So his name's Hubbard. Know anybody else around here whose name begins with H?
Yes. There's another one. Bill Hubbard, his son.
Yeah, Bill and Ellie is engaged to get hitched.
But we're not anymore. Bill's in with his father. And I'm not staying engaged to a crook and maybe a murderer.
Can't blame you. Say, Chill, how about riding into town with me, showing me around?
Well, I'll be glad to.
And you'd better not go off chasing any more of these outlaws, Miss March.
I still don't know where you fit in.
I'm just a man looking for a nice, quiet little ranch.
Well, don't get your heart set on this one.
Look, over there.
Oh, where? Hey, Gene, wait a minute.
Got him. Somebody got him. Knifed.
It's Jim Hogan.
Hogan? That begins with an H. What about him?
Owns a little ranch up in the wash. Always tended to his own business. Why are you so all-fired interested in names that begin with an H?
Oh, it's just my favorite letter, I guess. Well, let's drive him on into town. And even if all this wasn't my fight, it looks as though I'm right in the middle of it.
I'm Bert Monahan, Autry, and I want to thank you for what you did.
I explained everything to Gene, Bert. He knows who's responsible.
Don't look at me like that, Chill. I don't know anything about who shot Tom March or who killed Jim Hogan.
That's what you say every time anything happens.
Well, since I'm mixed up in this local fracas, I'd like to know why you're buying up all these worthless ranches.
Well, because I have faith.
Faith nothing. He knows where underground water can be tapped, Autry, but he's not telling anybody until all the land is his.
I don't know yet, but I have faith that there's water plenty here if we can just find the right place to drill the well.
Well, I've got faith that I'm a rainmaker, too, but while we're sitting around waiting for this rain, seems like we ought to size up your situation a little more.
Well, that's kind of taking the law in your own hands, Chill.
Autry's right. Pronghorn Gap's under the U.S. Marshal. The deputy marshal's due on one of his regular trips pretty soon.
I've already sent for the deputy. I asked him to make a special trip to stop this murdering.
You sent for him?
Yes, I did. And for all I know, he's already here.
How you figure that?
Him, Autry.
Me? I have nothing to do with it. I'm just looking for a ranch to buy.
Well, anyhow, he'll be here pretty soon, and then we'll find out who's responsible for all this shooting and murdering.
While we're waiting, Hubbard, supposing you tell us where that boy of yours is.
Well, he's on a business trip.
Yeah, we know. Leading that gang of outlaws.
He is not. He's working for the good of Pronghorn. And someday I'll prove it to you. Whenever we strike water, every man that's given me an option on his land can have it back for just what I paid him.
Don't you listen to him, Gene. He's just an old skinflint.
Well, Autry, I guess Pronghorn Gap doesn't look so good to you now.
Oh, I don't know. This thing's sort of got my curiosity aroused. Think I'll stick around and see how it turns out.
You're sure welcome. I'll be seeing you.
Boss. Well, any sign of your phony U.S. Marshal?
No, and he should be here by now.
Well, I'm for going ahead without him. We don't need his badge.
None of that, Orcutt. I'm giving the orders, and my plan has worked up to now. Hubbard's got options on most of that land.
So we go in and shoot up the bank and Hubbard. Then you get the options at your price.
And get filled full of lead? No. With that badge, Anders can arrest the Hubbards. They'll never come back, and we can do everything nice and legal.
Well, okay. If you're sure you can find that water.
Listen, I can go to that underground stream like a horse to a water hole. But don't forget, I'm the only one who can.
Hey, take a look at that. Well, that's the hombre that horned in when we hit the March place.
Now, Gene, if you get a loud enough explosion, the clouds will gather. They'll think it's thunder, and then you get rain. Why, you might even get a cloud bust.
Sure sounds scientific.
Now, I'm going to touch it off, but don't you stay where you are. Back up some. When I pull that string, you ain't going to be where you are you? Well, back up some. Come on. You ready? Here she goes. Now, Gene, don't you feel something, kind of like something like a little drizzle?
You know, I don't think you kidded a single cloud into thinking that was thunder.
Oh, you just saying that because you don't believe in rainmaking.
I guess you have to be born to that.
Well, I was, and I'm going to save this Pronghorn Valley from old man Hubbard yet.
You go ahead. I'm going to have a look around. Maybe I can find Hubbard's underground river.
We don't have to worry about that crazy rainmaker and his phony ideas, but that Autry.
Hey, come near plugging me over at March's.
Hubbard said he sent for a real marshal. Autry claims he ain't one, but from the way he acted, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, and what's he hanging around for?
I don't like that either.
Well?
Okay.
Mount up.
I'll ride into town and see if there's any sign of Anders.
Well drilling rig.
That young feller's Bill Hubbard.
Turn the rig off.
That's close enough. What do you want?
Hey, what are you going to do with that contraption?
We're drilling for water. But water isn't the only thing I can drill.
Maybe we can be friends, Hubbard.
Joe hasn't been a friend of mine or my father's.
That can be straightened out.
Well, you can straighten it out right from where you are, stranger. All right, get the rig working, Johnny. No use wasting time. Everything Dad said is true, Autry. He believes there's water underground somewhere. So do I.
Well, if you feel that way, Bill, you've rented this rig to drill for water. Why don't you let the folks in Pronghorn know about it?
Because that gang would be out here blasting us if we advertise what we're doing. We may not strike water in this hole, but we'll find it somewhere, and we won't hog it all.
I've been beginning to believe this fella, Gene.
Ellie.
We've nothing left in common, Bill. And that's a cock and bull story about being afraid of the outlaws. All the Hubbards want is to keep the water for themselves.
Ellie, listen to me.
I will not. I'm going into town and tell everybody. And if you're honest, Bill Hubbard, you've nothing to be afraid of.
Get on your horse, Bill. Maybe we can talk her out of it.
You better stay here, Chill. Guard the rig.
Take that thing off. Come here, Johnny. Now, there's two ways to get water. One is the drilling method. That's you. The other is the scientific rainmaker. That's me. Now, I have here the balloon method. This has been tried and proved by the best of us rainmakers. Come over here, Johnny, and I'll show you. First, I take this and... This thing's got to be full of gas.
Ellie, I want to talk to you.
So do I.
Guess we lose, Bill.
Let me cry on your shoulder. It's the least that you could do. I gave you my heart, though I knew from the start I could never win with you. Let me cry on your shoulder for a dream that turned out wrong. I know that I've been someone just filling in until your real love came along.
Let go of that bridle.
Ellie, listen.
No, I won't.
Then you have to listen to me, Ellie.
A United States Deputy Marshal.
What? Working out of district headquarters.
Well, why didn't you say so from the beginning?
Because there was an outlaw named Anders heading this way with a stolen badge. Somebody had sent for him to pose as a deputy, and I wanted to find out who it was.
Mr. Hubbard.
No, Hubbard's letter to headquarters was legitimate. The other fellow was trying to beat him to it, and his name begins with an H, too.
Well, I can't think of anyone else around Pronghorn.
Neither can I, except Jim Hogan, and he wouldn't have done it. Believe me, Ellie, Dad and I are only guessing and hoping there's water. But somebody else knows for sure where it is, and he's the one making the trouble.
I agree with him, Ellie. And if you'll trust me, we'll find out who this other H is.
Well,
That's a girl. Now, here's what we do. Ride into town and say nothing about the Hubbards drilling for water. We'll set the trap for the other fellow. And that's where you come in.
I do. How?
Well, he doesn't know Anders is dead. And when I tell him I'm a U.S. Marshal, he's going to try to head Anders off. Now, listen.
Now, you see the bloom takes the powder up in the sky. Bingo! Powder explodes, gets all the clouds together, and we get all the rain we want. Maybe a cloud bust. Maybe more than we want.
Couldn't be anybody but the Hubbards drilling wells. Monahan won't like it if they hit water. Down this hole and wreck it. And the rig, too. Mike, go turn her off.
I'm going to ask any of you that sees this man to let me know right away. He's got a badge, but he's still an outlaw.
Sure glad you turned out to be a deputy marshal, Autry, and we'll watch out for this Anders. But what about the Hubbards?
I've got enough evidence on both of them to hold them for questioning.
Evidence? You haven't any evidence at all.
That's not for you to say. Come on inside, both of you.
I've got a lot of confidence in this Autry. He's bound to get this thing straightened out.
I'm sure he will. Gene, come out here quick. You told me to watch for anyone that was in a hurry to leave town. Bert Monahan just rolled out the minute you went inside.
Take it easy, Bill. Don't let him spot us.
Right, Gene.
Hey, Tom, take that detonator plenty far back, because when she blows, she's going to be a good one. That ought to get it. Come on. Plunger down, duck. She's apt to throw rocks this far.
Hey, look there.
Now reach, you buzzards. I know you don't deserve it, but I'm going to give you a scientific demonstration of rainmaking. Watch the little balloon go up, boys. Watch it.
Sounds like it came from over around the drilling rig.
Shucks, I don't even feel a drizzle.
What's all this?
Well, the Hubbards are drilling a well. This crazy galoot... Look.
It's drizzling. It's raining. Gene, it's a cloud bust. And I'm a rainmaker. I did it. I did it. I made it rain. Rain, rain, rain.
You sure did. You made a cloud bust. Now that I've got you two married, I guess there's no more problem.
A lucky day for me when you came along.
Gene, I know Monahan admitted sending that note to the fake deputy, but why did he sign it with an H?
What was Monahan's first name?
Bert.
That's right. Short for...
I know, short for Herbert.
Precisely what I was going to say.
And that's what Anders called him. Well, I guess I better be hitting the trail. Next time I come back here, I expect this place to look like a garden.
So long. Bye, Gene.
So long.
Be sure to see Gene Autry and Champion in their latest feature-length picture at your local theater.
Hey, Autry! Don't you go get yourself caught in another cloud bust.
Hello, folks. Say, I've got a swell story I want to tell you today. Champ and I are ready for action.
Well,
Biscuits are burned, meat's dried up. Bugs are all right if you wring the water out of them. Say, you could have been at a mile fence in the time you've been gone.
I've been chasing cattle. Somebody stampeded that bunch we had ready to ship.
Stampeded them?
Yeah. Looks like I'm on the receiving end of a nuisance campaign.
Maybe your new neighbor didn't take it too kindly when you wouldn't sell him that piece of land.
Don't turn around and keep talking.
First your fences is all busted down, and then your remuda turns up missing. Now some coyote runs all the profit off your beef.
Ed Sims.
My apologies, Mr. Autry. Ed here don't always use good sense.
What are you doing sneaking around on my ranch?
I wasn't sneaking. I was looking for my knife.
Try looking in your boot.
Colonel Town sent us over. He's willing to raise the ante on that land of yours.
The answer is still the same as the last time and the time before. No. That land is the only source of water supply I have.
You better change your mind, Autry. The colonel don't take no for an answer.
Ed, if Mr. Autry doesn't want to sell, that's his funeral.
Them two's the kind you couldn't turn your back on. Not even in church.
Are you all right? Let me see.
Oh, I'm fine, honestly.
Theodora Nathalie Town. Didn't I tell you to keep away from this lane when I'm clocking horses?
I forgot.
Well, you forget again, young lady, and I'll send you back to the boarding school.
Oh, no, no. Oh, please, I implore you, don't send me away. Oh, what have I done to deserve such a cruel guardian?
Guardian, I'm your father. Now what are you reading? Lady Henderson's diary. A tragedy of love.
Oh, it is a beautiful story. Everyone dies of a broken heart.
I wish your mother was alive. There are times I don't know what to do with you.
Well, how's Miss T.N.T. this morning?
My name is Theodora Nathalie Town.
Well?
Autry says no.
Who's Autry?
A guitar-playing maverick that runs the next ranch. But I've got to have that property. I need it for another practice track.
Autry's pretty stubborn.
Does he really play the guitar?
I offered you a bonus to act as my agent in this matter. But if you can't deliver, I'll have to handle it myself.
Don't worry, sir. He'll sell. It just may take a little longer than we figured.
Give him what he wants, but get it. I can't afford to have my plans held up by some stubborn, pig-headed yokel.
Okay, sir.
What's a yokel, Papa?
Gene Autry.
May I go over and see Mr. Autry? May I, Papa?
You may not. Right now, he'll run anyone by the name of Town off the place.
But, Papa...
If I ever catch you setting foot on his ranch, I'll confine you to barracks, understand?
Yes, sir. Did you hear what he said, Jigger? And to his only child. I can no longer endure this persecution. I must escape. Though he weeps when he finds I have departed, I shall not return. We are going out into the cold, cruel world. Giddy up, Jigger. What you doing?
Mending fence? Oh, hello. Where'd you come from?
Oh, over there. Are you Gene Autry?
Well, that's what they christened me. What's your name?
Theodore Natalie Thompson. Oh, Mr. Autry, I'm so glad I found you. My father told me to come to you. With his dying breath, he said, Theodore, go to Gene Autry. He will care for you.
You say your father's dead? Oh. And he sent you to me?
With his dying breath.
What did you say his name was?
Oh, his name? Bill. Bill Thompson. Oh, please, could I have a drink of water?
Well, sure. You say your father's name was Thompson?
Yes, Bill Thompson.
That's funny. I don't remember any Bill Thompson.
Oh, he knew you years ago. But he never forgot it was you who saved his life.
I did?
Mm-hmm. He said, Teddy, I mean Theodora, Gene Autry is the nicest man in the whole world.
Well, what did your father do?
Do? Oh, he was a prospector. Could I please have something to eat? Just a little something.
Why, sure. All you want.
Is this where you live, Mr. Autry?
No, this is a line camp. I have a ranch house.
Oh.
Gene! Gene! The barn burned down.
The barn?
Last night. The boys tried to put it out, but she went like dry grass in the wind.
How'd it happen?
I don't know. But I found this in the ashes. None of our boys own anything like that.
No, but Ed Sims does. Stay here, Teddy. I'll be back.
Say, who's she?
Tell you later.
What do you want?
I want to see your knife.
I haven't got it with me.
Maybe you lost it last night at my barn.
Give him your mule punch, Gene.
I've had enough, Autry.
Look out! Oh!
Gene.
Yeah, what's the meaning of this?
Take it easy now.
Who is this man?
Colonel, meet Gene Autry.
Autry? I suppose you have an explanation for this.
Yeah, he accused me of burning down his barn just because he found a bone-handled knife.
You're the only one around here with a knife like that.
I've got one, too.
Anybody could have done it.
Autry, you'll oblige me by getting off my property.
All right. But I'm warning you. The next time I catch one of your men on my ranch, I'll do my talking with a gun.
How can you accuse me of disobeying Mr. Autry? Wasn't I asleep when you came back?
Here,
Ooh, more salt.
more salt.
Yeah.
You know, I could have sworn I heard you yell, just as Ed swung on Gene.
Oh, Mr. Autry, you're beautiful.
That'll be all from you, Sagebrush. Come here, Teddy. Sit down. I want to talk to you. Don't you have any relatives at all?
No, Mr. Autry. I'm all alone in this great, big, wide world, except for you and Mr. Sagebrush.
Oh. Well, you see, Teddy,
Yes, Mr. Autry.
we're bachelor at the ranch. And under the circumstances, I think...
Mr. Autry, will you do me a favor? Will you, please?
Well, sure, if I can.
Will you play your guitar for me?
My guitar?
Please.
She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming round the mountain. She'll
Not
be
that.
coming round.
Play a love song. I've always wanted to be serenaded by a man.
Tears on my pillow each morning. I cry when I dream about you. When I should be sleeping, I just lay there weeping, wondering if you're weeping too. I've tried, dear, so hard to forget you, but that's not so easy to do. There's tears on my pillow each morning, tears that I've shed over you. I've tried, dear, so hard to forget you, but that's not so easy to do. There's tears on my pillow each morning, tears that I've shed over you.
Just disappeared, Sheriff. We've searched everywhere for her.
Well, if you're asking me, I'd get a hold of Gene Autry.
Autry?
Best tracker in the country, Colonel.
Well, I never expected to be asking any favors of him.
That'll save a lot of time.
Very well. If he can find my daughter, I'll be glad to eat humble pie.
Where are we going?
Into town to see Miss Lindsay.
Who's Miss Lindsay?
Oh, you like her. She's a school teacher.
School teacher?
Teddy, what are you doing here?
Is that your daughter, Colonel?
Daughter?
Daughter?
Papa! Papa! I tried to get away, but they wouldn't let me.
There, baby.
What do you mean they wouldn't let you?
Don't let them get me, Papa, please.
It's all right now, honey. I demand to know the meaning of this.
It's plain, ain't it? He kidnapped her.
That's a pack of lies.
Why, I didn't even know she was your daughter. Teddy, tell him the truth.
Oh, don't let them get me, Papa. Please don't let them hurt me.
I won't, baby. You're safe now. I'll have you jailed for this, Autry. Sheriff, arrest this
I want
man.
to go home, Papa.
Wait a minute!
I guess you better come along with me, Gene.
Why, you not-headed, hollow-horned bunch quitter.
Now, take it easy, Sagebrush. Okay, Sheriff. Wait till I get my razor and toothbrush.
Gene, say, Gene, what's...
Go back there and keep her on your lungs.
You call this a free country? When any leaky-mouthed plow pusher can dig up a Tommy Hawk that wasn't even burned just on a say-so of a little kid that ought to have her saddle switched?
Now, see here.
And we thought she was an orphan. Yeah, treated her better than our own relatives. When all the time she was cutting our stitches and letting us down in a puddle. Call that gratitude, do ye?
Where's Gene? What's he doing all this time?
Just a minute, Sheriff, I ain't through yet. We the people speak!
Shut up!
He's gone. Cut his way out the back.
Now you go straight home and stay there.
But I don't want to go home. I want to go with you.
You go home.
All clear?
For a spell. How'd you get over there? I thought you went out the back way.
So did the sheriff. Put some grub in the sack. We may not sit down to a table for quite a spell.
I have to laugh when I think how little T.N.T. blew up right in Autry's face. That kid can sure tell the gold-plated whoppers.
You should kick. She played right into our hands. With this break, we may be able to collect both the bonus and the reward.
Where's Colonel Town?
Overclocking the horses.
What's up, Sheriff?
A ranger reported seeing a man over in Black Canyon. He thinks it was Autry.
Say, we'd better get there first if we're going to collect that reward.
Well, did you find anything?
Plenty. Even if I did have to go to the state capitol to get it.
Say, whatever made you suspect Ed and Weaver were wanted?
Only a gunman ties his gun down.
Yeah. Ed wanted for rustling and assault. And Weaver for a couple of killings. Say, we got to get these to the sheriff.
I thought of that. But the whole town tried to liquidate me. With that $1,000 reward, I've become very popular.
Mr. Autry! Mr. Autry!
Teddy, as though we didn't have enough trouble.
Oh, Mr. Autry! Mr. Autry! You! Mr. Autry!
She seems to be alone.
Mr. Autry! You! Oh, Mr. Autry!
How did you find us?
I got lost, but I saw you go past, so I followed you.
Come on, quick.
The sheriff said that you were in Black Canyon, and Weaver said that they'd have to get here first to collect the reward. But I don't think they know where you are, any more than I did until I got lost.
Looks like moving day. They'll probably follow her trail.
Be with you in a minute.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to learn you not to tell lies.
That's enough, Sagebrush. You haven't got time besides you'll make her sick. Down, Teddy.
He's there, all right.
Here come the sheriff and Colonel Town.
Don't shoot him if you can help it. You can help it.
so particular. Can't I just wham at him?
No. Plow up the ground so I can figure a way to get to the sheriff without leaning against the bullet.
Look, a white flag.
It's Teddy. That's my daughter in there. She's having a fit. Cease fire. Cease fire. Teddy. Teddy.
A truce.
Why, Teddy, baby, what's the matter? What happened to you?
The sagebrush washed my mouth with soap because I lied about Mr. Autry kidnapping me.
You lied.
We got the goods on Weaver and Ed Sims, Sheriff. They're wanted by the law. Ed's getting away.
After him, head him off. Come on.
Can't afford to sell that land, Colonel. But there's no reason why you can't use it for a practice track.
That's very generous of you, Autry, especially after all the trouble we've caused you.
I guess I'm a little out of practice, but I used to play the guitar. My teacher said I had exceptional talent for baseball.
Here, I'll show you. Tears on my pillow each morning. I cry when I dream about you. When I should be sleeping, I just lay there weeping, wondering if you're weeping too. I've tried, dear, so hard to forget you, but that's not so easy to do. There's tears on my pillow each morning,
tears that I've shed over you.
Be sure to see Gene Autry and Champion in their latest feature-length picture at your local theater.